This here first picture is took place down in Phu Bon province in the middle of South Vietnam. I arrived in 1962 as a first lieutenant, brand new senior battalion advisor as a first lieutenant, and it was I was quite pleased. I had just left a year up on the DMZ in Korea, and so it was nice to hear that I got this assignment as the first lieutenant to be a battalion advisor. So in Phu Bon, the first picture just is a typical kind of fortification that ARVN, the Army of South Vietnam, used to keep the Viet Cong from attacking them. And you're looking at some punji stakes. The bamboo is a very versatile piece of vegetation, and they were used in the fortifications. You'll see out there vertical pieces of at which various mines were attached and noisemakers and things like that. Next photo. Okay, go ahead. The second picture is a better shot of this particular camp in Phu Bon province, and you'll see the sleeping quarters on the left-hand side of the troops, so that if there was an attack, the troopers, the South Vietnamese, could just wake up and go up to their shooting positions right next to that portion of the camp. And so you can see the punji stakes, you can see the sandbags. The Viet Cong would, on occasion, use grenades and 60 millimeter, I guess it's we use a 60 millimeter mortar. They have a 61, 62 millimeter mortar. They would come in, and this would, that was the purpose of the sandbags, to protect them. And then those towers would have automatic weapons in to fire along we'd call it the final protective line. In other words, the Viet Cong would be attacking from the river side there, and when they got up to the punji, they'd be slowed down, and that machine gun would just rake, the punji stakes and the land along there. Next slide. This third picture is a close-up of some of the portions of the camp. Ponchos and canvas was a very vitally important piece of equipment to keep the rain from coming through. There's a monsoon season up in II-Corps where it rains prolifically, and the canvas is a big help to keep the rain from falling on the sleeping soldiers, etc. Next picture. As you can see from this shot, those spiked bamboo are a formidable weapon for an infantryman to cross over, and so it works out pretty well. So that's the last barrier before reaching the sandbags and everything. On the other clear side, where the vertical fence posts are, you would have all sorts of minefields out there. The Bouncing Betty is a mine that goes up in the air about 6 feet and explodes. So what the Viet Cong would do, they would have sappers, S-A-P-P-E-R-S, every night going through the minefields there, clearing the mines and clearing the noisemakers and before they would attack, so they would not lose so many people. This was, and geese. We'd put some geese out there. They would squawk and alert the sentries, and then we could fire flares up in the air or turn lights on to catch them out in the open there. It was, the Viet Cong were very patient in trying to clear a minefield. They also tried to recruit soldiers among our side so that they could use them to clear an opening on a specific side. Pretty formidable opponent there on the battlefield. Next slide. If you can see, the terrain was particularly beautiful. The cumulus clouds, hot, wasn't too cold, monsoon. When you were up in an airplane flying up the valleys, it would look like Shangri-La. So it was quite beautiful. This Phu province is occupied by the Montagnard tribe, and they never got along well with the South Vietnamese in particular. But we, the Americans, utilized their antipathy towards the South Vietnamese and used them quite successfully in stopping the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese from bringing supplies down from North Vietnam down to South Vietnam. When the sun went down in the evening, it was quite beautiful and it cooled off. It was a nice time. Next slide. Here's another shot of the inside of the camp. This is C-O-N Conbrai, C-O-N-B-R-A-I. Excuse me. And the command post is in the center with the ladder leading up there, and you can see some trench lines, so that if the Viet Cong were attacking and firing 60 millimeter mortars in, you could use that trench line to protect yourself. The little circular sandbagged area is a 60 millimeter mortar. So we use that to lob shells over the wall and to attack any reserve Viet Cong that was standing by. So we would have 81 millimeter mortars, 60 millimeter mortars, and sometimes 4.2 in some of the big camps. The firing positions, you can see horizontal slots, and a fairly decent area to defend. And this was from the south to the north of South Vietnam. Next slide. This is a shot outside of the camp, and all of these poles up in the air we would use to string long wire antennas for communications with our patrols who would go out. Again, the bamboo was used extensively, and these little fellows, soldiers, would be relaxing and in any sort of attire. It was a pretty intense kind of situation where you never knew exactly how the Viet Cong, when the Viet Cong would be attacking or something if you were in the camp. So you took advantage of resting, playing volleyball, doing some relaxing activities. Next slide. That is an H-21 helicopter, 1962. It was one of the workhorses with the H-34 helicopter, which the Marines used. This, at sea level, this would carry a squad being approximately 11, 12 soldiers, up high, in this portion of South Vietnam. If you had wounded or soldiers to go in here, that could only take 2 or 3 wounded soldiers. So if you had a firefight and lost a lot of people, sometimes you had to pull out the the wounded, the very worst, in the chopper, and the others would have to walk out or be carried out in a stretcher or slung underneath a bamboo pole. So that's the H-21 helicopter. Pretty good chopper. Two pilots up front and a tail gunner, one on the left and one on the right. Next slide. Okay. Before I went to Korea, we started free falling in Fort Ord, California. We would use this H-21 to parachute out of it. It was quite useful. At sea level, we could get, about 10 to 12 free fallers leaving this back door or the front door, either one. And so it was a useful tool, except the altitude really degraded the effectiveness as a vehicle to take the wounded out of the battlefield. Next slide. In 1962, 1963, before the big arrival of large numbers of American troops, this H-34, H-21 were the two workhorses. But you can see it's a large helicopter with two rotors front and back. It did a pretty good job except for medevac and things like that. Here you have a couple of American unloading and waiting for the chopper to take off. And he's got a mail sack, and so mail arrived, and it was pretty important, for the morale of the troops. You can get an idea of how much larger the Americans are than the Vietnamese. They're not tall. Next slide. One of the biggest problems when you have a large number of soldiers in a camp like this is taking care of all the latrine byproducts and washing your clothes and drying them and things like this. So here we have a representation of destroying some of the garbage and everything and using that to dry off some fatigues that had, some uniforms that had been washed. And you can see, some of these mountains around the camps and everything, they'd be occupied by the Viet Cong or North Vietnamese. And you were pretty much being observed by the so-called bad guys. And I'll use that phrase frequently as we look at some of these posts. Next slide. The water buffalo, a pretty docile animal, is the beast of burden, and they're used from the north to the South Vietnam, and up in North Vietnam also, to till the rice, and on occasion, the people, with for festivities and everything, would use the water buffalo to eat the water buffalo, but only on occasion. On occasion, they were a very important element in the economy, the rice paddy economy of South Vietnam. Next slide.
Okay.
Okay. This leads up to an operation that we conducted crossing a river and freeing a good number of the mountain yard Jarai tribe that had been captured by the Viet Cong and taken into the jungle. We succeeded in chasing the Viet Cong away, and they were very pleased. We brought about 200 of them across the river with maybe about 100 head of some cattle, and they were in very, very bad shape. So they had a little ceremony, and they gave me Oscar the monkey. I named this rhesus monkey Oscar. And so this, in the upcoming slides, we'll be talking about the Jarai tribe and some of their habits and everything.
Okay.
He was a mischievous little monkey. Rhesus monkeys are used all over the United States for medical experimentation, and they're cute. But if you leave them in your room or something like that, you're liable to see a great deal of destruction unless he's under supervision. So he's best left outside. He became a buddy of mine for the most of the duration of 1 year, and I took him up to Kontum and put him between two trees with a little harness and a cable, and with a nice water source, and he became quite a famous monkey in Kontum at the time, with a little dog. He would ride on the back of the dog. This picture on the right is my right-hand man, Sergeant McKeewee, a master sergeant. He passed on of natural causes not so long ago, but he was a great soldier, and we lost a Master Sergeant Rube Freeman later on. I'll explain that situation. And this is a picture of myself and Master Sergeant McKeewee at the Kontum. He was the first non-commissioned officer to die in II-Corps, and we'll explain that situation, what occurred a little bit later. Next slide. This is a typical Jarai tribesman. You had Sadang, Jarai, Banar, different mountain yard tribes up there whose origin is questionable as to where they came from, but they're different, totally different than the majority of the Vietnamese people who lived along the coast of South Vietnam. And they never got along well, and the Vietnamese were a little harsh on these mountain yard tribes. So when we came in there, Special Forces, the Green Berets, I was not with them then. Later on, I was qualified and went back for a second tour of duty, but at this particular time, I was just a MACV officer, a senior battalion advisor to the 1st of the 41st of the 22nd Infantry Division of the Vietnamese Army. And so I arrived in Phu Bon and went on an operation to free the Jarai tribe from the control of the Viet Cong. And here I'm talking to one of the fellows that we had provided medicine to, and I think he was one of the ones that had a bad case of syphilis. So he was a very happy man, and very, very pleased. Next slide. After this operation of freeing this Jarai tribe, about 200 and some cattle, we had a lot of visitors, one of whom was Tergassis, who wrote Guadalcanal Diary during the Second World War. So here he was over here writing a book called Viet Nam Diary. And so he's not in this picture here, but we had a lot of visitors, and these are Vietnamese senior officers, some majors, drinking drinking some rice wine out of this bowl down in the lower right hand, and it looks like I'm wondering whether or not I should have done it or not. Next slide. This is my counterpart, the battalion commander, and he was a soon-to-be-made captain as the battalion commander, and I'd always try to squat down. He was not that tall, so I thought it was better if I was squatting and he was standing tall. Later on, at the end of the war in '75, he was incarcerated in a re-education camp by the Viet Cong, by the North Vietnamese. And after, I'm not so sure if he escaped or just graduated under normal circumstances. From that, he was released. But then he was able to escape in a boat and go to the Philippines, and he went to Houston, and I was living in Houston at the time, and I was able to help him and his wife and his three or four daughters. I can't remember exactly, but it turned out well. Next slide. Here are some of the senior leaders of the Jarai tribe and saying goodbye to me. We were getting ready to move up to Kontum from Phu Bon, and they had given me this Oscar the monkey and everything. So they were very, very happy, and I was a happy young officer to be able to help 200 of them, the men, women, and the children. You'll see some of the children. Most of the children had trachoma, at least one eye, sometimes two, but mostly just one, of a swollen kind of gray matter extended eyeball that came out. They had no silver nitrate at their birth to get eye drops. So it was pretty bad. The penicillin, I borrowed a couple of special forces medics, and they shot penicillin and all kinds of different medicine, and because they had not been exposed to any of these medicines, they really got better quickly, and they were just totally appreciative. The operation took place at night, and our battalion crossed under artillery fire, and we were under fire from the Viet Cong on the other side, where the Jarai and the cattle were and everything. So we crossed there, and they thought we were, the battalion, saved their life. They all smoked cigars, as you could see. And so they were happy campers, and I was happy too. Next slide. Okay. This Jarai tribesman was a particularly happy individual. He had a bad case of syphilis, and he had testicles that were probably close to the size of a soccer ball.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And so with penicillin, we got him back to normal, and he was in his love life, and his everything improved immensely for him. So he made a point to grab me and thank me and say, extend his appreciation for the help. And so everybody was happy. Next slide. This typified, the mischievousness of a rhesus monkey. Very friendly. But they had sharp little teeth, and for some reason he was enamored by the socks I was wearing and everything. So when I was changing my socks or something, he was always trying to get a hold of my toes or the socks or something like this. The bracelet that I'm wearing, I still have. That was a gift also. The monkey, a sword, and this. And I still have those souvenirs. They bring back good memories. I was able to help a lot of people at that particular time. Next slide. And here's a couple of shots, of the women. The women, among the older ones in particular, were bare-breasted. They never, I don't think we have too many shots or none like that. But the kids all had trachoma, and so we were able to make all the children very, very happy to get rid of that, using these special forces medics. So I'm shaking the hands of a little guy, and he's a little shy, but they're all very happy. Next slide. Oscar was a very inquisitive little fellow. We fixed him up with a little harness and tied him to the Jeep that when we drove up to Pleiku and to Kontum, and he was very entertaining, and he succeeded in it took us about maybe 3-4 days to get up there, and he never once hurt himself or anything like that. He'd kind of swing in and sit on my shoulder and then swing out and get on the hood. And so it was quite an eventful trip going north. Next slide. As you can see, it was probably one of the happiest times for these tribesmen to get out from underneath the Viet Cong, who treated them very badly. And then when I got the 2 special forces medics and their penicillin and everything to take care of their children and the wives and everybody, and some of the men who had some syphilis, they were a happy bunch of people. So it was a great memory and a great happening in my life and their life. Next slide. Monkeys are very mischievous and inquisitive, and once they got used to myself and some of the Americans, this was a radio operator, and he would get up there on people's shoulders and investigate, to see if there was any foreign matter, etc. As a male monkey, his little yin-yang also would rise up sometimes. And when he was being interviewed by Roger Tragassis for this book, Viet Nam, Diary, he developed a sexual expression and tried to put his yin-yang into the ear of a colonel who was the escort officer of Tragassis. And it was and I brought that to the attention of the colonel, and he knocked him off his shoulder. He was very embarrassed, and he told Tregasis not to put that in the book. And if you have a copy of the book, you won't see any mention of how Oscar the Monkey tried to stick his private parts in the ear of the 82nd Airborne colonel. A little side note. Next. Again, here you can get the expression of, I guess I had a food item or something, and he was participating. When he would I have a problem if I had to discipline him. I used water. He was very, very sensitive to getting sprayed by water. And one time he pulled everything off the wall of my BOQ quarters up in Kontum. I took him in the shower and put him on under. He didn't like that at all. But I think I got a point across to him that he should not destroy my room when I'm not in it. Next slide. And you get an idea here of, as a 6'2" American, how much we, were a lot bigger and heavier than the Vietnamese. But at that particular time, they were very appreciative of the support I was able to bring to them with the infantry assault boats that we used to cross the river to chase the Viet Cong away to free the Jarai tribe up. So some of the officers there. Next slide. Here's a picture of one first lieutenant who is just eating some sea rations. And some of the sea rations from the Korean War and the Second World War, etc., weren't too bad. One in particular was peaches. And then it was in sweet peach because I was eating rice and geese and chickens, and it was very nice to get something like peaches, etc. That's my canteen cup, and that's the hooch I was sleeping in with the Oscar. That next slide.
Okay.
Oh, ready to talk?
Yeah.
Okay. This is just another interesting shot of how if I wanted to get some psychological positive vibes by feeling not so grubby, I'd get a bowl of water there and wait till the sun would heat it up, and it psychologically made me feel pretty good. Thanks. Next.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Here was some senior people to me who were down visiting me and the Jarai tribe that we brought. You can see I used carried a 45 instead of a long gun. I had that, a carbine, but I kept it underneath my left armpit. But it wasn't so menacing to the people and other people. Next slide.
Okay.
Here you have, I guess this lady's showing us a cut or a bruise, on her leg, elderly lady. They had been living in the jungle, outside of, probably the sunshine and everything else. So they had a lot of skin infections and problems like that. This is probably one of the only pictures where somebody's not smiling. That's Sergeant Maddox there, I believe. Next slide.
Okay.
Here's a close-up of probably a middle-aged Jarai woman, and with her cigar. You get an idea of how prolific the men and women smoke cigar. One of their few pleasures in life, I suppose, that and drinking rice wine. Next slide.
Okay.
Yeah, here's a picture of two Jarai carrying from one, I guess, the H-21 helicopter, a sack of rice. Pretty hefty. That must weigh somewhere in the vicinity of, 60, 70 pounds. And so also, when they get out and work, they wear kind of a loincloth. As you can see, these two Jarai attired. Next slide.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's a pretty good, probably a woman in her early 30s or late 20s, etc., and some of the children. For living in the jungle, just coming out, they did pretty well. The little boy's a little spooked by the camera. Next slide.
Okay.
This is a photo of how they looked, shortly after we got them across the river. This is after we chased the Viet Cong away. There might have been, somewhere like 30, 40 Viet Cong, not a whole lot, so it wasn't that difficult to get rid of them. The firefight lasted, less than a few hours. And then we finally got them across the river, and this is, you could see, it was a pretty paltry, Spartan life they were living in the jungle with the Viet Cong. Next slide.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can see that one of their major activities was to make sure that they had enough children to carry on under the difficult duress they lived. And so this is some of the elders on the left, and then some of the mothers and some of the children. Next slide.
Okay.
We have, this was the first aid center that we had. It was a busy place, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was a doctor maybe helping. He wasn't a member of the military, but he might have been doing some assistance there on the right-hand side, and that's Maddox helping. So we were doing some prolific triage, getting the worst of the worst, and sending them off to Che Rio, which is the capital of Phu Bon province, for further medical assistance. But we took care of most of the people right there. And that's how you would get a little shade out of the hot sun. The guy with the hat, second from the left, he's the translator, I believe. This was all about 60 or so years ago, so my recall is a little spotty on some of these individuals.
Okay.
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 Okay, and here we have them winnowing the rice. Young bare-breasted lady, and I think she's got a baby on her back in a little papoose. Next slide. This is the 1, 2, 3. The fellow in the beret is a Green Beret medic, and the other two are assisting him. But he was the key fellow to help out the Jarai tribes that we brought across the Ba Mui Blah River. And then that's Maddox, who was a Korean War veteran, machine gunner and everything. And they did a terrific job taking care of these people. End of slides. This was my Batman or bodyguard and cook and bottle washer and etc. And he was a good young man, and his job was to, take care of my food, cook my food and everything among the mess hall, which was, everything was mobile. So he stuck by me, and matter of fact, when I had when Master Sergeant Ruth Freeman was killed with the 30 other people by the North Vietnamese, he volunteered to go with me back when the battalion wanted to get permission from the regiment to see what was going on in that attack. He volunteered to go with me, and I finally got the whole battalion to follow me, and he stood by me. And that's a little shelter that we would use 2 ponchos and some bamboo and a few limbs. And so he would put together these little houses. Next slide. Here we're just out in the field. This is one of the officers. Was subordinate to the battalion commander and everything. Nice fellow. And that was the Jeep that I had at that particular time. Next slide. This is Master Sergeant Maddox had taken advantage of some downtime. We put some sentries out, and we'd take advantage of the creek or the river or what have you and take a shower. All you need, we carried a bar of soap on an operation, and just about everybody carried a bar of soap. So you wanted to make sure that that nobody was upstream from you, tossing garbage into the creek, but you would wash your socks and your underwear and everything like that, and attach it to your backpack, and it would dry by the time of the end of the day. Next slide. Here we have a little lunch being prepared. You'll notice even the steel pots are used as a cooking. No, that's not a steel pot. Those are just cooking pots. Anyway, the rucksacks were oftentimes the old French ones. The one that I used was a French rucksack. But here you have the pots, and about 4 to 6 people could eat around one of those pots. And you'd cut some sticks off the trees and use them as chopsticks. And if you had any meat, a chicken or a goose or some Chinese sausage, you'd put it in there with some vegetation. And even put a little rice in there, and you'd all 4 to 6 people sit around there and eat that. You kind of watched that nobody took all the big pieces. Next slide. Looks like we have the table set here, and it looks like there was a bottle of beer. Somebody put a little water in it, I suppose. We had to put iodine pills in each of the canteens, to kill whatever was in the water. So I never got any dysentery, occasionally a little diarrhea, but not much more. Maddox here had a hard time sitting on his haunches, so he sat on his backpack And so they were getting ready to eat, you could see, and there was a young man there, proud of whatever he was doing. All the plates that you used to eat off of were coming out of the trees and everything. So pretty primitive, but effective. It was functionally okay. And so I would eat about, equivalent of 7 bowls of rice. Next slide. So here we have probably 2 guys, 4 people with a full belly after lunch, and they were just horsing around, pretending like they were doing some bayonet drill. We provided all the fatigues and clothing, to Arvid via the quartermaster of the United States Army, and they were a pretty good-looking lot. Next slide. It's obvious that we got a little respite in the operational pace of the battalion because we have a chopper behind some VIPs. We can tell a VIP here, the fellow on the right in the light clothing, he's got a walking stick, and the other ones are officers. And then this was a West Point graduate. Annie was his name, nice guy. And he's right smack in the middle, and his counterpart is to his right. And so these visitors are talking to us, etc. I must have taken the picture. Next slide. This is Sergeant Stride on the left and Maddox on the right, and I think this is the cooking crew, and a nice little hooch, which is another name for a little lean-to, and keeping the fire warm and everything. Everybody looks well fed. Next slide. Sergeant Stride is stirring a pot of probably little rice and chicken, and he seemed well fed. He was a good extraneous, skilled NCO little cook. He's a master jumper. On his cap, he's got a airborne patch, and so Sergeant Stride, he was a useful non-commissioned officer. I'll tell you a story a little bit later. Next slide. Here's a snapshot of 3 of the enlisted men of the battalion there, and they're in the process of eating their particular meal. And whenever you're stopped and taking a break, the elephant grass was sometimes 6 foot, 7 foot high. That was some of the stuff, and it could, as mentioned before, give you kind of a paper cut if you weren't careful. Next slide. Sergeant Maddox is he must have spilled on his fatigue jacket, and the other guy is cleaning off the rice or what have you. Maddox was in the Korean War as a machine gunner, and he was a pretty good NCO, but in the NCO club in Kontum, he got into too many fights because he was inebriated, and so they sent him up to me to square him away and live in the jungle. Later on, he went back to Kontum, to the mess hall. I guess maybe when some of the people that he was having problems with left the compound. Next slide. Maddox again. Again, does he have a cigarette in his mouth? Maybe not.
Yeah, he does.
But a lot of the soldiers would smoke. I didn't, and you had one less problem trying to get cigarettes and etc. You can see the typical difference in height between Maddox and the regular Vietnamese soldier. Next slide. This is a battalion formation at Plong. A road went through this going onward to Viet Nam. The mission of this battalion and another one was to open this road and secure it from Kontum and going down to Quang Nai and Quy Nhon on the coast. And so that was the mission of this particular battalion. And you'll see three companies lined up being spoken to by one of the officers of the battalion. So this was a little place for a respite, and we were catching up on our rest and recreation somewhat. There was no recreation. Anyway, next slide. You can see here the M2, there's an M1 and an M2 carbine, a weapon that was used in the Second World War and the Korean War, and it was a lighter weapon than the M1 rifle and the M14, which were the heavier weapons. But it was good for the Vietnamese. It wasn't so heavy. And he's being addressed by a number, by this particular officer. Next slide. This photo shows you how difficult it is if somebody were to lie prone or not move, how difficult it is to see somebody. All of the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese had helmets, pith helmets that were not heavy. They were not steel pots, but they would have a braided netting, and depending upon what vegetation, they would camouflage their head well with the vegetation of the local environment. Hard to see them until they opened fire or something like that, and half the time you could see where they were, but you definitely could hear the bullets slapping by your head. Consequently, this photo here's our battalion barber shop, and I think he did a pretty good job. I would enjoy his capabilities whenever my hair got too long, so it was always easier to have short hair than long hair when you're living out of the jungle. So everybody, no charge, that was his job. Barber, but he had a weapon and he would fight if necessary. Next slide. Every soldier liked to have their pictures taken, so I'd get them to poise. These young men are demonstrating, a militant poise with the weapon, a hand grenade. Everybody had one or two hand grenades. There was a first aid pack on the pistol belt, and they have their soft caps on. Next slide. Three other young men. You can see what a wonderful job the barbers did cutting their hair, and you can see how important personalities among these troopers. You didn't want anybody who was a bully or was whining or complaining. So they all had a sense of humor. Next slide. Picture of another soldier with a small head and a big helmet. And the vegetation at times in the jungle would be easy. If you took 2 steps back and got in the weeds there, you would never see this fellow. Next slide. Here we have Strider Maddox resting in a hammock, and all of us would carry a piece of canvas about the size of a poncho lengthwise, and we'd run a parachute line from tree to tree and then put a poncho over that during the rainy season, the monsoon. And that's how we would keep away from the leeches in the rain. Again, the vegetation, if you didn't move, you couldn't see anything. Next slide. This might be me. Looks like I'm just waking up. No, there's a fatigue jacket with the stripes, so it's not me. Anyway, again, you can see a couple of bivouac areas for 2 people, and it's not in the rainy season. Next slide. Some more pictures of some of the soldiers. You notice the gig line goes, the line of the buttons of a shirt going down to the belt buckle, down to the trousers, you know, where the fly is. And most of these soldiers, you know, kept that gig line straight. And everybody would have a soft cap and a steel pot, and some kind of a sweat towel around their neck. Next slide. Some more Vietnamese soldiers there, and standing tall, smoking their cigarette, and notice their gig lines. So even in the field, you would have uniformity of appearance. Next slide. I'm not quite sure what was being taught to these soldiers, but you'll see the ones on the right. They have their weapons at parade rest, listening to the instructor who is demonstrating something. We tried to teach these fellows to have good personal hygiene out in the field, and to make sure they used iodine in the water, and taking their baths, and when they got, you know, a need to execute bodily functions, they never went upstream, but they always went downstream, because we never wanted any. We always had a water point designated in a creek or a river to get water that wasn't contaminated by the washing or bodily functions. Next slide. Here we have one of the supply sergeants unloading some supplies that were offloaded from a trailer or a vehicle at Plong, and some commo wire, radio, other elements, food, soap, various things. Happy time when they got resupplies. Next slide. Here at Plong, there was a river water point, and they brought in a 105 howitzer for direct fire missions in case the VC at that time in 1962 weren't many North Vietnamese, but it was when you had artillery fire, there was not a high chance that you'd be attacked at Plong. Next slide. This is the battalion commander without the helmet on, in between those 3 people in the middle. And evidently, maybe they were getting some instruction on the use of a compass, lensetic compass. And he was, after the war, after 75, he was put in a re-instruction camp so he could get his head screwed on properly according to communist doctrine. He escaped and went by ship over to the Philippines and joined up in Houston with his wife and 3 children. So he's alive and well today. Next slide. We went out on a patrol on a 7-day operation in response to some intelligence of a Viet Cong training camp, and this is what we found. No VC, but you can see how difficult it is to spot some of the bamboo straw huts that were made for protection of the VC in the field. Next slide. You can see the stripes of Maddox here with some Vietnamese ARVN soldiers in front of a VC hooch. So they were pretty good on maintaining a pretty healthy life if they avoided getting wounded or anything like that. Next slide. Again, some of our battalion soldiers and looking at another hooch. They try to get a little sunshine in the clearing. It's pretty difficult to spot some of these places unless you're walking on the ground. They would use corduroy roads through the jungle. All of a sudden, if they were 25 feet away from you, you wouldn't see it. So it's interesting when you saw some of these bivouac areas of the Viet Cong. Next slide. They left in a hurry, and here they had a blackboard, a field expedient blackboard, where they were teaching a class. According to what my counterparts told me, they were talking about how to mass fires against American helicopters bringing in the ARVN soldiers. So that was the subject being taught at that particular time, a blackboard. Next slide, please. This is yours truly. This was that VC training base and maybe a jail. There was one portion that could have been some sort of a prison for prisoners that we suspected. On my shoulder is a Band-Aid, not a Band-Aid, but a bandage just in case, and a tourniquet right on my right-hand shoulder there. It reminds me, when I look at it at 86, of what it was like when a few, 60 years or so ago. That's a long ways away. Next slide, please. The VC left a small calf, or maybe a goat, but it looks more like a calf. At any rate, I think probably we were happy to see that, and it ended up in our rice pots, to give us a nice stew for the evening. Next. Sergeant Stride is holding a Montagnard crossbow. They shot bamboo arrows and wasn't used against personnel, but to kill small rodents, flying squirrels, which were noisy, and small animals like this, but not against personnel. This is probably a souvenir in Stride's house today someplace. Next slide. I think this was the chief cook on the left, and the other fellow was a chief communications fellow. All the Commo fellows slept in, it seemed, in one tent. But everybody was cooperative and happy, so to speak. Next slide. This is what both the Vietnamese, and on occasion we'd take it along. That's a hand crank generator that we would use for communications. Pretty heavy. and we would, on small patrols, we would not carry that, and that would be part of the battalion CP connecting to the 41st Regiment there. So that was one of the heaviest things. We never took any mortars with us. Later on, I got them trained in the 60 millimeter mortar. Next slide. And this is yours truly, probably back at headquarters, because we would not spend so much energy to put up a rain shelter like this. So I had a good night's sleep, and it looks like I have a canteen cup, and finally in the morning, we would put instant coffee in there with hot water and then sweet milk. I always bought a can of sweet milk with it. It required no refrigeration, and so I would just pour maybe a fifth of that cup with sweet milk and a couple of packs of instant coffee and hot water, and that was really a joy. And you never had time to do that a lot, but that's why I'm smiling. Thank you. Next slide. Here we have a photo of a mountain yard rice field taken from a chopper, and you could see how through sheer manpower, they would terrace off various areas. They would grow some different kinds of rice as compared to the lowland Vietnamese. And they'd grow some yams or tubers, kind of like a large tuber, not a potato per se, but more like a yam. And so this is some of the mountain yard diet, and you could see some of their houses there in the rice paddy. Next slide, please. This was a happy day. My first kind of short, I think 3 or 4 day leave to go into the Trang to a beach resort where the 5th Special Forces Group had their headquarters. And so a smoke grenade was pulled to tell the Huey helicopter that they should fly in to the wind. And so they were coming in to pick me up. It was a happy day for me. Next slide, please. And here we have a picture, I guess, taken by me of the hooch, the mountain yard house. The smoke grenade had dissipated and everything. I was probably in the chopper taking a picture of the HLZ, the helicopter landing zone, from the chopper on my way to the Trang. Next slide. I'm taking a picture from the chopper down to the battalion officers and enlisted men on the HLZ, and they're waving, one guy's waving goodbye, saying, well, we can relax a little bit. Next slide. And these two pilots are probably happy because they were able to stay with me down in the Trang of this beach place, which is a resort area of South Vietnam. Next slide. That's not my chopper, but I landed in the Trang. I think I took a picture of another one. The Trang is a wonderful place for crawfish, small lobsters. Some French restaurants existed, and a lot of happy folks. Not too much activity in 1962 in the Trang. Next slide, please. After landing in the Trang, there was some C-123s loading up and taking off. The C-123 flown by the U.S. Air Force was the real workhorse for transporting large numbers of troops from point A to point B and other logistics back and forth, and they did a real fine job. Next slide. So here's a very happy first lieutenant with a brown face, not too brown, and a white body, talking with a bunch of young Vietnamese boys who were learning English in the local Nha Trang. They were learning Vietnamese and English in the schools. And so I usually use this doe, a deer, a female deer, ray, a drop of golden sun. And I use that song. And so with the young children all my career in various countries, and they got a big kick out of that. Next slide. This is one of the chopper pilots that took me out of the bush and put me into Nha Trang. And so we paddled around there and had some good crayfish at Louis. I believe that was the name of the restaurant, on a pier at the beach. And next slide. Here's a good shot of the beach. It's a very, very clean, nice, sandy beach right on the South China Sea. And as you can see, there were quite a few people there. And soldiers taking R&R, coming out of the bush, coming down. He's eating some good food, resting, having a good time. The 5th Special Forces Group had their headquarters in Nha Trang. Not bad duty for them. Thanks very much. Next slide. Here's the chopper crew and one stranger that brought me into drinking Ba Mui Ba, or let's see, Ba Mui Ba. That's 33. That's one of the beers that they had. Beer LaRue was the other beer. So they had, and that was a cafe, and so we were enjoying life. Next slide. And there you see one of my buddies. We evidently had a flat tire, if I recall. And so one of the chopper pilots had to take the bicycle back using a cyclo, which is nothing but another bicycle. So he's taking his dilapidated, punctured tire bicycle back to where he rented it. Next scene. So the 3 or 4 days in the Trang ended, and I can't remember it being very long, not long enough, but I hitched a ride back to Kontum, to the detachment, the MACV detachment compound where my buddy Oscar was. He was very happy to see me, and I was happy to see him. Next slide. This is a picture of a friend of mine who was another advisor, and he was getting some sunshine. Behind him were the compounds. We each had one room that we were able to keep for ourselves. No one else, to our knowledge, was using it. That's a big spool for cable wire on the left side. So they became good picnic tables. Next slide. So here I am after Nha Trang, putting on my battle harness and feeding Oscar some good tidbits. So I'm ready to go out into the bush and resume my responsibilities as the battalion advisor. Next slide. So after the rest and recreation in Nha Trang and fattening up and everything, I went back to Kontum, and from Kontum I went up to an artillery base that was going to be alongside of the road and to be resupplied by truck instead of by chopper, etc. And so an artillery, 105 artillery base was going to be spotted here to support ARVN units that were out chasing Viet Cong and Viet Cong, attacking any of the bases. So open terrain, kind of looked like the Midwest someplace with the mountains. So it was quite nice. There was a couple of neat poncho tents in case of rain and what have you there. Next slide. This here we have, I think, the same barber, and in different location. He's got a piece of corrugated, galvanized something for the shade, and a couple of trees there for a nice barber shop. And that's my Batman bodyguard on the left side there, smiling. And the other fellow, I think, was the cook getting a haircut. Nice open area. Next slide. The engineering strategy here was to dig a foxhole and then put uprights in and cross members and then sandbags on the top and more dirt and more sandbags. And then we had a couple of 105s. We registered their fires in to support anybody attacking us. And so that was the strongest post. We registered the rounds in, and a piece of shrapnel went flying by me, and I decided that I better get down into the prone position, down into a hole in case they made an error. Artillery produces the most casualties in normal conventional battle. So that's what we have here. Next slide. I had the good fortune of having Maddox and Stride replaced by a Master Sergeant McKeewee, who was an exceptionally fine soldier, infantryman from Hawaii, and he made it all through his tour of duty. He was in Korea before, and just a very amicable individual, and we struck off a good friendship that continued up until his death about a decade ago. A great soldier. Next slide. Yours truly. It looks like I fattened up a little bit, and it was getting a little colder too. In the monsoon season, you were wet most of the time, but this was a nice sunny day, and I'm a happy camper. Next. My happy, trusted bodyguard putting in a tent stake for his quarters, I suppose. My bunker is behind him, and you could see the layers of sandbags, dirt, straw, ponchos, etc. So if any firefights occurred, he would join me in the bunker. Next slide. This is a labor detail digging in another bunker. They brought a lot of shovels in, and no mechanical beast to do so. It was just a plain old shovel and a lot of people. Down below was a mess hall and a rest and relaxation point to get out of the sunshine if it got too hot. Next slide. This reminded me of my hometown of San Francisco without an ocean, but quite a bit of morning mist and fog, and quite a nice sight. Nice sight. Next slide. And here we have Maddox came up to say hello. A black and white photo, and the soldier on the right-hand side had a sweater on, so you could tell it was getting a little bit of cold. And it looks like Maddox stole my hat and was wearing it. Anyway, next slide. This is a picture at the same site. We were all getting a little tan from the sunshine. Major Boyd, my direct supervisor, and McKeewee on the right, my right-hand man, and then my battalion commander, Foy, who we call Zing, was there. Next slide. This picture can show some of the outlying outposts that would support one another. So it would be a difficult task for the VC or anybody. We were never attacked, while I was there at least. If they were attacking our position, the outlying positions would have communications to the others, and we'd bring artillery to bear on the VC. So to my knowledge, it was never attacked. Next slide. This is the inside of the bunker, and you'll notice some of the amenities, the mosquito netting and the air mattress, and I had a table, and what else did I have? That's about it, but probably had a lot of nails to hang things up on and a map of the area for reference. So had a mustache, had a good suntan. Next slide. Looks like McKeewee has lost some of his color there. This is his bunk. He's got a mosquito netting, which is pretty important. And it looks like he's got a nice, maybe it is my bunk. I had a nice Randall knife, hunting knife, and those are hand grenades, but nonetheless, great soldier. Next slide. This is me shaving, and leads me to a good story. I heard some noises and people talking and yelling, and I left the trench to look down to the road where out of a truck bounded a huge German Shepherd, and he was tracking my location coming up the hill, and I didn't know what to do. No place to hide or anything. But he looked friendly. He jumped in the trench and gave me a bear hug and started licking me, and I hugged him and petted him for must have been 15, 20 minutes. And it turned out from the Vietnamese handler that he was trained in the United States at Lackland Air Force Base, and he was so happy. And probably my odoriferous emanations coincided with all the Americans in the United States. But it was a very, very great time. And here in Dallas, I have had two. Oh, here's another dog right by my side. Anyway, we've had Rudy and we've had Max, two German Shepherds. But I always think of this big fellow bounding up the hill and my uncertainty about what I should do. Next slide. Okay, here's my trusty Master McKeewee, 3 stripes on the back beneath the rockers, and myself I was beginning to have a little bit of a handlebar mustache, but it looked like I was wide awake, and he was a great friend for the rest of my life. We had some firefights together, some real wingdings, and I'll never forget him. He's passed on. Next slide. It looks like I got the 1 mile stare there. And those are Ritz crackers and a few, maybe vitamin C's. And there's my trusty carbine I had a 30-round clip. And during this tour of duty, it saved my life in one particular position where I was just individually ambushed. And I wish I had that. It'd be a good souvenir. Okay, next slide. Here I am talking to my counterpart, Captain Foy, and we're probably maybe looking at a Playboy magazine, centerfold. And that looks like maybe his quarters, but he never had a long gun, just a sidearm. And anyway, he was a good guy. As I told you, 3 of those little stars depict a captain in the Vietnamese army. Okay, next slide, please. I had gone to a Vietnamese language school before coming out to Vietnam after taking some training at Fort Bragg. And so I spoke enough Vietnamese, and I was in country long enough to be able to speak a fair amount of basic. I'd say on a scale of 5, I was around a 2.5. And this translator was assigned. They had no job for him, and they figured he could come up here and work with me. The only problem is later on, he was bit by leeches on one of the patrols that he went on, and he, around his family jewels, and he bled a lot, and then all the other soldiers who envied him as a translator, who made more money, who had not been out in the bush fighting, here he was bleeding in the area of the fly of his translators. So they used some Vietnamese words to make fun of him, and he ended up stuttering and not being very self-confident. So after maybe a month or so, we had to send him back home, where he probably went to another job where he wasn't out in the bush with a bunch of ragtag infantrymen who would harass him. Next slide. This is Captain Foy, my counterpart, the battalion commander, and not a bad guy, not exactly as aggressive as I wanted him to be, but overall, not too bad. You've seen him in other slides. Next slide. This is the memorial to Master Sergeant Rube Freeman, who died in Viet Nam a little bit later on in 1963, when his battalion was overrun. He was all by himself, no translators, a bad way to die. And so we had this monument put up, and his advisor, we never wanted him to participate in the ceremony because he left him by himself. Next slide. This was the compound in Kontum, a MACV compound. It was destroyed in the Tet 68 attack in Kontum when they took over the town, and they destroyed this memorial. So it's not in existence any longer. Next slide. This maybe is about halfway through my 1-year tour of duty, and I think I lost about 25 pounds Looks like I got a scrawny neck. Next slide. So here you can see Oscar and the other half of their little show is their dog, and can't remember his name. He was provided by somebody else. Next slide. We had the carpenter build him a little house and put him on one of these big spools, so he was pretty safe and sound, and chain is connected to his waist, and he could go back and forth between two trees. Plenty of shade. Next slide. This is downtown Kontum, dirt street with a little bit of gravel, and you can see the conical Vietnamese straw hat. They would be not mountain yards, but the cultural, typical Vietnamese woman that gives them a lot of shade. Next slide. Here you can see the typical slash and burn agricultural system that they use. They would rotate every 2 or 3 years, let an old field go fallow, and I think we see a little bit of a freshly cut rice paddy. The rice that the mountain yards were eating was different than the lowland Vietnamese. Next slide. Viet Nam was called Cochin and Annam, China, and the French Christian missionaries were active. So in all the big cities you would see a Catholic church. Next slide. This is the Kontum airfield used by commercial airlines and military aircraft also, and you see some Huey helicopters. So we would launch operations out of there and fly into an HLZ someplace, unless there was a road that took us close, and then we would walk instead of getting a ride. Next slide. Here we would have a Huey helicopter loaded with approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe a half a dozen armed soldiers. On the left is an American chopper pilot, captain. Next slide. Just a typical shot of the World War II, Korean War American Jeep that were given to the Vietnamese Army, and a couple of American superior officers under whom I worked. Next slide. And here we have an Indian file of Vietnamese soldiers going off to get into the five helicopters to go off to be landed someplace in the mountains to the east of Kontum along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Next slide. Loading up, getting in a Huey helicopter, and you can see it's quite a stretch for the short-legged Vietnamese soldiers there with their backpacks, canteens, ammo belts, pistol belts. Next slide. Here I'm sporting a mustache that has enough thickness and width so that I had a bit of a handlebar called the handlebar mustache. Next slide. Here we have half a dozen or so males carrying showing, I guess, how they would cut whatever it is. I don't think it's rice paddy. Maybe it's tubers. But nonetheless, the males had to get out and work as well as the women. Next slide. Now, this is a mountain yard house, typical. And it could have maybe 2, 3 families related to one another with a ladder in which they could pull up and put on the porch out in front because they do have some tigers that frequent even the villagers, and they'll kill a few people every year. Next slide. Yeah, this is the Special Forces qualification course. The fellow on my left is an Iraqi, and a friend of mine on the right, Joe Crawford. And the fellow on the left behind the little block of printing 64, 65, he died in Laos. Otherwise, most of them made it through the wars. Next slide. This is my course little 3x5 card. The patch is the 5th Special Forces Group. When you're in training, you only wear 1/2 until you complete it, and then if you complete it successfully, you wear the black 5th Special Forces patch. I was a captain then. Don't know what the red and the green star means. Next slide. And this was a psychological warfare group of people just finished the course. And I'm way up in the top. There's a little arrow hitting my left ear. And next slide. And this is the B team going on the way to South Vietnam, to Can Tho, Vietnam, in 4 Corps. I'm on the left-hand side with a white arrow, 2 people in. Next slide. Now, when I finished up in my 1-year tour up in 2 Corps at Kontum, Pleiku province, I went back and went through the Special Forces qualification course, got qualified. Then I volunteered to come back as soon as possible. I didn't like stateside duty, but I enjoyed Vietnam. And I went down as the S2 Air, the S2 for a B team, not an A team, but a B team in Can Tho, figuring that somebody would get hurt on an A team. Then I could move into their slot as an A-team leader, Special Forces A-team. And that's kind of what happened. So here we have a very hot, muggy place in Can Tho as the boys play in a muddy field. Water and humidity 100%. And interesting. Next slide. As you can see, this is, I guess, a playground for soccer playing, but looks more like a paddy, rice paddy. But boys are boys, and give them a ball, and they'll get out there and play in mud and slosh around. Next slide. Now we can see again this conical cap, which the lowland Vietnamese who live along the coast at sea level, the hot sun is pretty doggone warm. So everybody, men and women both, carry everything in this kind of transportation gig. Next. This is a 105 artillery piece. that supports any villages or A teams that are around it. It can send a projectile for a good 5 miles if necessary, depending upon the charge you put in it, to support any A teams being attacked or things like that close by. Next slide, please. This looks like Oscar's southern cousin with his little younger nephew and contemplating what is this fellow doing with a camera. Next slide. This is a Vietnamese, looks like he's a rat collector, a snake collector, and he's got a little bit of everything showing. My buddy here, who was a major, he was the S3 for the B team in Can Tho, nice guy. McPherson was his name, I think. Airborne Ranger qualified. Good fellow. Next slide. I'm not sure what, we got some snakes here. The one item, it looks like a gunny sack up there, but the rice paddy rats in the 4th Corps down the southernmost part of South Vietnam, they would eat rice and get nice and plump and fat, and no garbage around, but just so they were quite edible to the Vietnamese people. Next slide. These are a bunch of armed soldiers and a few special forces fellows mixed among them, and they were wearing camis and steel pots and I think, if I'm not mistaken, parachutes in some cases. So I was the most qualified parachutist on the B team, and I'd take them up and toss them out the door to qualify them. Next slide. And this is part of the B team there at Can Tho, non-commissioned officers. The one on the left was a sergeant major. Looks like the worst for air. Their posture wasn't very good for this picture, but they were loading up, and I'd take them up to 2,500 feet and static line jump them out so that they would qualify for airborne pay. They'd get an extra $55 a month if they made that qualification jump. Next slide. This is a couple of special forces. Normally they would wear the green beret, but their regulations tell you that you need a steel pot in case you land too hard on some part of the terra firma. So the B team leader was a fellow on the right, Lattimore was his name. So I'd drop him at 2,500, then I'd go up to 10,000 and jump my free fall rig, which with smoke on my ankle, and then all the little kids would run up to me when I'd land, and I'd give them candy. Next slide. Can Tho was the capital of the southern province of 4th Corps, near the Gulf of Siam, and they big enough city that they would have little restaurants. So this was quite nice, and we'd go with our counterparts here, the Vietnamese, and have a meal, which was a lot different than living in the jungle and having geese and chicken. But I enjoyed both. Next slide. And here's one of my buddies there, and you can see we had rice bowls and chopsticks and all kinds of glassware versus bamboo leaves and branches and things like this. So life was pretty good down there. Next slide. Here was our major, besides parachuting once a month, Our other activity would be playing volleyball, during the day. So here's yours truly there. I had a bit of a suntan playing in some old basketball shoes. Next slide. And this was our major form of activity during the day for exercise when the sun went down. And we'd play the Vietnamese, who are pretty good at volleyball, generally speaking, better than the average American volleyball player. I started playing in California at a young age, and so I was a major scorer at that particular time. Next slide. There's yours truly going up to block a shot or return a spike from the other side. Next slide. We called this guy Red, and pretty good. He was my intel sergeant, and good affable fellow. I'm right-handed, but by playing handball a lot, where you use your left and your right hand, I was able to spike fairly decently, not as well, but almost as good as my right hand with my left. Next slide. I noticed from these slides, my intel sergeant Red never got off the ground very much, but he was a good man. Next slide. Our South Vietnamese counterparts, they had a Luang Doc Viet, which translates out to Special Forces in Vietnamese, and they had their families there. So these are a couple of the wives of the families at a once a month little morale boosting restaurant trip. Next slide. The Ao Yai is the national costume that the women wear in South Vietnam, North Vietnam. Ao Zai up in the north, if the dialect changes the Y's to the Zai to the Z's. I was fortunate enough to take 12 weeks of Vietnamese, and it certainly made life very enjoyable if you can speak the language, which I tried very hard to do. Next slide. This is one of my counterparts, nice fellow, typical South Vietnamese, happy, congenial. Next slide. Since all of us jumped with the Vietnamese Special Forces, they pinned the Vietnamese airborne parachutist wings in a ceremony for the A team. So everybody in Special Forces who served in Vietnam would walk around with Vietnamese airborne wings on their uniform. Next slide. Here we have Major Lattimore, our B team leader. He would have about 5 A teams under him, putting on the combat infantryman's badge, meaning that this young lieutenant served in a combat firefight where enemy rounds impacted your fire base, or you're in an ambush position, or some sort of active combat. So you would be qualified to wear the combat infantryman's badge. If you also fought in Korea or the Second World War, you would have another star, and if you had 3 wars you fought in, you would have 3 stars up there. Not too many of those around. Next slide. And here's a buddy of mine, Cecil Long, and he went through officers candidate school with me, so we both got our commission as infantry officers at Fort Benning, Georgia, at the same time. So it was good to see him, and he was running a base near the Cambodian border, and he was passing through Can Tho, and those are his bags. I picked them up, and we went down, had some lunch, etc. But it was good to see him. Nice guy, good guy. See, he's still alive. Next slide. I'm giving a briefing to an audience of whoever it is, and now I'm a captain, meaning 2 bars across, typical crew cut, and you'll note that we're quite close to Cambodia. Oh, yeah. Next slide. That red-headed volleyball player and I worked together as the intelligence cell in the B team in Can Tho. So that's when I went over there, and then a fellow broke his leg, and I was able to take over as A team in Ha Tien. Next slide. This is a picture of me getting my Vietnamese airborne wings being pinned on me. The guy on my left, who's the captain, is a doctor. So we had a doctor on the B team, which was nice security if somebody got hurt on an A team. Next slide. This is the B team headquarters, the square block within which the volleyball court is. And so there's a large airfield. Up in the top right, you'll see the beginning of most takeoffs. Can Tho, Viet Nam. Next slide. Here's a better shot of the airfield that we use to for the B team, and also commercial aircraft. So very, very, the whole area full of rice paddies, so it was very hot and humid. Next slide. So here you have, I'm not quite sure what it is, whether or not it's a salt, a source of salt, a salt lick, or what have you, but the whole delta is full of moisture, a lot of mosquitoes, and I came down with like a lot of Americans with dengue fever, which is a form of non-recurring malaria. So I was incapacitated for just a week, and then felt decent after that. Next slide. There's the airfield in the B team location in that square box about in the center. 2 rivers flow into the 4th Corps. They come down from Cambodia and Laos, the Mekong River, large, and then a smaller one, the Basak. So they feed, and they make a real rice bowl production center for South Vietnam. And they have, delicious rice, I must say. Next slide. This Huey helicopter typifies how much 64 and 65 compared to 62, 63 when I was up in 2 Corps, H-21s and Huey helicopters. H-21s and the H-34 disappeared, and the Huey took over all the transportation. And one of our, we'd sit in the side door with it open with a seatbelt on, and it was pleasant inside. Next slide. Here the light green represents Patty, young Patty, rice growing up. And you can see the feeder streams and creeks that run throughout that flow into the larger streams that flow into the Basok and the Mekong, which flow into the South China Sea. Next slide. Nice thing about flying around up in the air, you had the higher you went. I used to go up to 10,000 and jump out and go down to 2,000, 1,500 with candy for the children. And it was pleasant to get downright cold up around 10,000, which is a phenomena that you never had when you were down there walking at sea level there. Next slide. Here's a typical Vietnamese village with vegetation all around, paddy, water, and even though the water level wasn't that deep, they would use caches and bunkers and tunnels and everything else in South Vietnam and Fourth Corps to hide in. Whole battalions would be dug in tunnels after a firefight with us, and it was a hard time finding these people. Next slide. In going over all of South Vietnam, in the Fourth Corps, you would have the rains coming down, and you could go around them, but the whole countryside, which makes it a real rice bowl for Southeast Asia. You can see there at the top of the slide, and you can see how river craft would be one of your major sources of transportation. Next slide. Not quite sure what kind of product comes out of this orchard here, but they're growing tight together. I don't think it's lying fallow, but you could hide a whole battalion in that particular area, and oftentimes that's what the Viet Cong or the North Vietnamese did. They were able to find vegetated areas in which they could stash themselves. Again, water everywhere. The SEALs started coming over here in 64, 65, and I left in 65, joined CIA, and they asked me to check out the SEALs with a friend of mine, Rudy Enders, and down in Florida to certify whether or not the SEALs were capable of doing inland raids and attacks and ambushes. And they were certainly a fine group, and we okayed them. We did that down in Florida. So after that, the riverine forces manned by SEALs became a formidable arm of the U.S. forces in this rice paddy area with the Mekong, Basok River. Next slide. You can get an idea how the Vietnamese people down in the Delta with all of the paddy that was cultivated to produce all different kinds of rice. All the people lived along creeks and rivers and everything, as you can see here. Next slide. Here we go. You'll see a fast infantry assault boat moving along on the far side of the river. Best place to be when you're in a river ambush. You feel quite naked out there. Next slide. This is an infantry assault boat. It's kind of what we used up there crossing the Ban Mui Blah River in Tuiwa to get the Montagnard tribe away from the Viet Cong. This is what we used to cross the river with some of these boys are Cambodians. Next slide. As you can see, there's not much to it. And when they get shipped overseas or in an airplane, you can put quite a few inside each of them. But not very comfortable, but you have a choice when you get ambushed, to go through it, or if it looks like we're taking early fire, then we would turn in and just run the boat up the shore of the riverbank and then attack by foot the ambush party. Next slide. This is a typical small Vietnamese village, that's a pretty good sized river. This might be the Basak, leading into a town called Ha Tien. Next slide. Looks like we got a tripod with a machine gun mounted. That's probably a Russian machine gun, and they have nice smiles. He's a happy boy. Next slide. That's my bodyguard there. Had a good smile. And that is a automatic weapon there that we had on our boat. Next slide. Here we're pulling up to a dock. You'll notice an American there, no hair on his head. It was very, very hot, humid, and everything was made out of coconut wood in the hooches that you slept in. So when you woke up the next morning, anything that was leather, it had a coat of green fuzz. Also, you got a lot of fungus behind your ears and other parts of your body and everything. So if you could shave your hair off, it made a little cleaner life to live. Next slide. German Shepherd, and it was a little difficult with the hot humidity. German Shepherds like it cool and cold versus hot and humid. So he was a nice shepherd, but difficult on him. Next slide. Here's a 2.5 truck with looks like almost a couple of platoons got on there, and needless to say, you didn't need any impediments to get your weapon up there if you had to fire from it. Next slide. Here we have some of the local folk, family, all little children and mothers, all Vietnamese, wearing these black baggy pants and little blouses and the straw hat. And my bodyguards are on my left, and you can see our slim little German Shepherd there on the left-hand side of the photo. Next slide. This A-team was a pretty effective unit, and Cecil Long, who you saw on the previous slide, he was off inland, and we were down in Ha Tien, To Chau. The camp was called To Chau, and you can see a typical rice paddy. Next slide. These are some members of our counterpart Vietnamese Special Forces A-team. He's using a push-to-talk radio, and they're carrying, I think, doesn't look like an AK-47, but we replaced the AR-15 because of bad ammunition, and gave AK-47s a more dependable, functional, weapon than the AR-15. That's when it was first introduced, 64, 65 period of time. And you can see the paddy behind. Next slide. This kind of terrain down in 4 Corps and 3 Corps versus 2 and 1, where you had the jungle and the mountains, was difficult to fight in. If you walked along the tree line, you oftentimes had no dikes to walk on like what you're seeing here. But if you're walking on the tree line, you were subject to getting ambushed, and you have no choice but to flop in the water and take up fire, and pretty difficult tactics to use to get rid of these people. We had quite a few casualties crossing paddies like this. Next slide. You'll note the different colorations. The lighter greens are the younger plants, and then they allow some, to follow if they ran out of fertilizer or what have you, like that. A lot of rain, everyday moisture. Next slide. This is our drop zone, and it was on a beach, and here's a 123 coming in to drop supplies. Worked out pretty good. Every so often you had a malfunction of the parachute, and unfortunately some people were injured. Nobody died, but they were injured when if we had a malfunction parachute. You'll notice we have stakes in the ground and barbed wire going out to sea. We built a little walkway going out into the surf. We could tie up a boat to it, and we had some workers, looks like they were putting in some sandbags to prevent erosion of the bank. This was kind of a little nice recreational center where we got out of the sunshine and we could do a little swimming too. One of the bennies of this particular camp. Next slide. You'll notice there's a roadway, then a paddy, and then some more landmass, and just about any place where there's a place to plant rice, they'll plant it. If they, it's rice exporting country. They produce a lot of good rice. Gets pretty hot in the sunshine, so they'll put a lot of thatch roof protection to the people. Next slide. This is yours truly on that walkway there, wearing my green beret and short sleeve, minimal fatigue. So less fungus, more comfort. Next slide. Here's some members of the A team. And I think that's our doctor. He was visiting us. And other members. One Vietnamese Special Forces guy wearing a beret there. Next slide. We had a monkey there too. You can see a great big palm tree, how bulbous they are. but they're just like bolts of wood almost. The little monkey, I don't think he was too comfortable. That's his little house there. I never gave him a name other than Monkey. Next slide. There's that walkway again. I think that's maybe the doc there and the other member of the A team. I think he was the Carmel fellow. Next slide. Here's some of the troops there waiting. I think this is a work detail, waiting for a parachute resupply drop. A lot of nice sand there. The sand was very nice. Next slide. This is, we're taking a break, it looks like, along the road there. I think my bodyguard at times would use a Thompson submachine gun, which Special Forces had. They had Thompsons and Sten guns, and we had a nice array of automatic weapons that we would use as counter ambush weapons. This is my bodyguard. He also had a 45. Next slide. Here we have the C-123 at about the time that the parachutes should be leaving the aircraft. We had to make sure that everybody was off the helicopter beach landing zone, because if there was a malfunction of the parachute, occasionally it did happen, that would streamer in anybody beneath that particular streamer, would be dead. And it did happen on occasion. Next. Here's a great shot of 3 parachutes dropping 2 small pallets and a large pallet, one after the other. The Air Force aerial delivery personnel were very skilled in rigging the parachutes to the pallets and then dropping them out of the back of the aircraft safely. Again, I repeat, we had to get everybody off the HLZ in case there was a malfunction. Next slide. So here you have a bit of a wind taking the cargo parachute and blowing it into the barbed wire, as a stop mechanism to keep the pilots from floating off to the sea. We had a little bit of a problem there. Usually we'd pop a smoke so the pilot would get a good ground representation of where the wind was blowing. So he would fudge and cant right or left, to put him down. We had good success. Before I arrived, we had a few people lose their lives when the pilots, the parachutes malfunctioned, the pilots hit them onto the beach. That was a tragedy. Next. Last but not least are some of the field expedient Viet Cong hand grenades and mines that they would fabricate themselves and use with impressive skill to wound American and armed Vietnamese soldiers. Next slide. These 2 are homemade, field expedient, improvised explosive devices in the war in the early 60s down in the 4th Corps. And they would be used to explode against open jeeps. If these exploded next to you, you were in a bad situation. End of slides. So here I am in an infantry assault boat, and going down the river. And on one of these trips, a round went in the Johnson outboard motor that I had, went in, circled around, and stopped. And so I saw the bullet, and I kept it as a souvenir, but I lost it. Next slide. Here we're on a little reconnaissance mission. My bodyguard, I'm probably on the engine, and this A-team chap has an M79 40 millimeter gun. That's the one I was telling you about before that I demonstrated up in II-Corps to the Mountaineers, firing it from my forehead with the butt on my forehead just to demonstrate, and they wouldn't worry about the kickback. That was a good counter ambush weapon. Next, here we had some young ladies who were translators, I do believe. Some of them were pretty. This is a Vietnamese commercial boat. We didn't use very much, but one of our A-team members took it out for a little, put the motor on it to see how it was. A little bit on the narrow side. I think they used it mostly for fishing. Pretty fatty. Here's another tepid, tranquil scene when you're going along the river there in the infantry assault boats. We were always looking for an ambush from all of these places like this. Next. A picture of one A-team leader, American, and the others were Vietnamese. We all used the same cami uniforms. Next. These are some of our soldiers, Vietnamese soldiers, going down the river, all looking behind. I guess I'm taking a shot here, maybe. Probably not. Probably one of the A-team leaders. Next. Here's another shot of a C-23 coming in for a run to drop. I don't see any parachutes. Nothing's coming out the back end yet. Next. Here we have some of our Vietnamese troopers making a turn in front and putting out a little wake. Next. This is when I came in. Maybe this is the return of the A-team leader after he went to the hospital and got his leg set and everything after a few months. And I'm leaving, and the bodyguard is in between, and that's Don Hoskins, who was taller than me. We were making a little tour of the camp together after an operation. Next. Looks like I got a new set of fatigues on. They're not all washed out. But this is what you call your battle harness. Those are ammo carriers in the front. I think I got a set of binoculars and some Vietnamese people in the background. And Ha Tien, that's the town of Ha Tien. I jumped overboard, caught a turtle, and sold it to the restaurant, and we got free turtle soup for a while. Here's some happy little schoolboys in Ha Tien there. Probably leaving school, not going. Next. This is a Vietnamese Special Forces youngster and a NCO A team leader. I think near, what does that say? AP something San. Just a shot in a town, maybe Ha Tien.
Looks like Benny.
Oh, Chau Doc. Chau Doc.
Yeah.
Next. There's my trusty bodyguard who looks like he's drinking a beer or something, and two of our A team members. We were going from Ha Tien to the Seven Mountains area in just a shot in a town. Hot day, obviously. Next. We're in the same town, and some of the boys are taking a break, and one of our A team leaders has a Thompson submachine gun, which is 45 caliber, and it can toss out. I think that magazine holds about, maybe 20 to 30 rounds. I never carried one. It was very heavy. Next. These are A team 1, 2, 3, bodyguard, and 3 A team members of mine. And I think that's I'm not sure who he is. Maybe some Vietnamese soldier of sorts. All taking a respite. Next. It's the Seven Mountains area right on the Cambodian South Vietnamese border, and we had an A team there. Larry Torney was a Finn who had fought against the Russians with the Germans, and then after the Second World War, he joined the U.S. Army and he became a Special Forces officer and had an A team there, and he became a good friend. And he died shortly after I left. Not here, but in a cross-border operation. And we couldn't find his body, but I understand just recently in the last year, they did identify Larry's body, brought him out and buried him. His family came to my McLean house when I was working for CIA, stayed with us, and he was one of the more famous Special Forces officers to have died in South Vietnam. Next. These Seven Mountains were limestone karst, and they were they were full of caves and tunnels, and the Viet Minh used it during their war against the French, and they were still occupying them, even though we had an A team very close by. Next.
Okay.
This is probably a shot of the canal that runs between Cambodia and South Vietnam, and taken from a helicopter looking into Cambodia after a heavy rain. Next. This is that canal that runs from Ha Tien up to Chau Doc, and you can see how much rain and how much paddy everything is. We were probably taking off from the Seven Mountains area. Next. Each Huey, you had 2 pilots. In case one got hit, the other could fly. Then you had somebody with an automatic weapon on both sides. So, you had 4 there, so we could carry maybe another 4 since we were at ground level, unlike the 2 Corps. The jungle areas were up in the mountains we couldn't carry, but fewer number. But remember, on the H-21, H-34, we were limited to only carry 2 to 3 wounded out for a helicopter. These we could carry probably another 3, 4 out. Next, I was taking from Chau Doc down to Can Tho a couple of captured Viet Cong who had attempted to ambush a convoy of ours as we were touring the Seven Mountains area. So this was one of those VC. Looks just like anybody else, right? Next. Everybody has a monkey as a pet. So here in this town, here was another rhesus monkey. Next. Yours truly in my battle harness there. I had a good suntan then. And we had just stopped. This fellow on the right, I'm not sure exactly who he is. Anyway, next. Here we have probably an armorer or somebody test firing a automatic weapon, machine gun, maybe of a Soviet make. Next. Here we have the other captured Viet Cong that we're taking down to Can Tho for interrogation. Yours truly, we're in, I think, Chau Doc here, and some people gave me probably some mail in Can Tho back to the United States. Next slide. Another German Shepherd. This looks like a patrol coming back from maybe a one-day operation. Next. This is a broad assortment of Vietnamese commercial fishing boats, river craft, ferry boats in Chau Doc. Next. This is a skipper of the boat we hired to take the 2 CIA's captured Viet Cong down to Can Tho for interrogation. She was a very boat smart, approximately 40-year-old woman, very capable. Here we are in Savannakat, Laos on the Mekong River. After my tours in Korea and Vietnam, I joined CIA. They had everybody going, the war was going on in Savannakat, so they had everybody doing military training, and I said, "You really think that I need to go through all this again?" And they said no. The director of training, Jocko Richardson, and do you want to go to Laos, Vietnam, or Cambodia? And I said, how about I plan on getting married to this young lady, Connie Cole, and we got married and went on a honeymoon and did a little bit more training and ended up going over to Hawaii, Hong Kong, and then down to Bangkok and to Savannakat, Laos. And the day after we arrived there, they had a big festival. So we went to it, and Connie, was very astonished at some of the representation of the male anatomy. And I said, they're just celebrating water, dear. I'm not sure about the other stuff. So we had a little house, a tree house, matter of fact, and moved into that and started working on the Mekong River there, flying over the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Next slide. Most of my work during the week was training our Roadwatch team, and the road being the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The North Vietnamese were supplying arms, ammunition, additional troops to go into South Vietnam. In '66, we were just beginning to send the Marines, 1st Cav Division, other soldiers into South Vietnam. Everything was heating up. So that's why I ended up in Savannakat, monitoring the Ho Chi Minh Trail so that we knew what the North Vietnamese were doing. Next slide. Savannakat had a fairly decent airport, primitive but adequate. It would take 123s and Caribous and other aircraft. And you could see it going from left and right. Huge river, the Mekong runs all the way out of China and down into Vietnam and into the South China Sea. Next slide. And a lot of beautiful clouds and a lot of rain, and feeds the Mekong River in Laos, and rice is grown in Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, north and south and everything. This is a big rainstorm. Next slide. We flew the Beechcraft Baron a lot. We had Continental Airlines with a contract, and they sent over a lot of really fine pilots who had flown in the Second World War, the Korean War, some Vietnam, and so some of my favorite pilots that I flew with were with Continental. This is the Beechcraft Baron, 2-engine. Never had to bail out of it. Next slide. So you can see all kinds of larger aircraft, even larger than this. The tail of the faraway one was the Caribou. The Army had Caribous at that particular time. It had a fire department, gas, those kinds of things. Next slide. This is an Air America Huey helicopter, similar to those flown in Vietnam. We never used these. I used the Jolly Green Giant out of an airfield, Nakhon Phanom, putting teams in to Laos, on occasion North Vietnam and other places like that. Those were Jolly Green CH, a different helicopter you'll see later on, bigger. Next slide. Here was a hangar we used for maintenance and storing, various parts that were needed to maintain the fleet of aircraft that were coming in. Next slide. This is a Swiss-created but produced in Canada, Pilatus Porter, which was very, very powerful and very good for short runways. So we use that to parachute food, supplies, commo gear to the Roadwatch teams at night along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Next slide. I never used any of these smaller aircraft, but the Army had a small detachment that they would send over on occasion, and so this is that aircraft. I think made by Cessna. Next slide. And this is coming into the airfield in Savannakat. On the other side, the tree line, that's Thailand. And right on this side of all those Thai trees, the center was the Mekong River. Next slide. And you get, this is the industrial area of Savannakat, not much to it. Most of the homes are along the Mekong River. The airfield, you can see it right in the middle. Not a beautiful city by any means. Spent 2 years there, living in a tree house in the beginning and a better house later. Next slide. This is flying and looking north. North would be Ta Kek, and then Vientiane, which is the capital of Laos. And then to the south was Pak Se, and then further on was Cambodia, to give you a little idea of the geography and the names of the cities. Next. Here was a beechcraft barren and the caribou. Air America had a few caribous they used for taking larger loads into the cities along the Mekong from Pak Se, Savannakat, Ta Kek, Vientiane. And they go down to Bangkok and pick up lots of goods and material in Bangkok, which is part of Thailand. Next slide. This is a close-up of the Pilatus Porter, and the pilot could fly this at night and have one lever. Both doors on both sides were taken off, and up to 300-400 pounds of cargo could be released and distributed by parachute to Roadwatch teams at night in a quiet manner. Next. Couple of friends who worked at Savannakat, Doug DeVries on the right, and after the war ended, he became a dentist, and the other fellow, not sure about him, just a visitor. Doug was a good guy. In front of this Air America chopper on the left is a Laotian soldier. On the right is my right-hand Thai Army associate. For about 2 years we worked together. Really good man. Cherm, Cherm, was usually my translator and my assistant on all these operations while I was over there for 2 years. He had lost a couple of, I think one finger of his right hand when he put a round in a mortar during training, and it took his finger off. So when you shook his hand, you only got 3 fingers to hold on. It was a little odd, to say the least, but a good man. He came to the United States, to Virginia. He stayed with me, with his family, for a little vacation. Next. I learned when I arrived at Savannakat that besides monitoring the Ho Chi Minh Trail and supplies of men and material going to South Vietnam along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. I was to make and create out of a nearby area a training camp for these Roadwatch teams. And so that took in the first 6 months, a lot of work, and we'll have some slides showing the W3 training base. Next slides. At W3, we had a good landing pad for helicopters, no problems, and a lot of grass, so we never created a lot of dust. Most of the time, we could drive from Savannakat down to W3 in less than 30 minutes. On occasion, we'd go by helicopter, and oftentimes we take them from W3 directly out over the terrain to the trail area where the Ho Chi Minh Trail was, and put them on the ground. Next slide. The terrain from the Mekong River and Savannakat and the towns there was not a long distance, roughly 100 miles in some areas, even less in others. And so we could easily take these teams and get them along the trail. We would have drop zones, helicopter landing zones to put these teams that would monitor the North Vietnamese trucks going down day and night. Next slide. Here is part of the Ho Chi Minh Trail with the little work camp that the drivers and trucks and everything during the early days, 66 or so, we never used a lot of airstrikes and bombs, but later on you will see how places like this would not be out in the open, but easily destroyed. Next slide. You can see the Ho Chi Minh Trail, most of it in 66 was heavily vegetated and everything, so there was ample timber for them to cut down and build bridges and use as corduroy material over wet small creeks and things like that. Bridges. So they had a 339th, I believe it was called, regiment, the North Vietnamese, all along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, repairing the trail so that the trucks could go down to South Vietnam with supplies and personnel. Next slide. You can see how low we would get with the Baron and the Dorniers that we were flying. And quite frequently we would hear rounds being fired from below coming up, and on occasion some would hit the aircraft. But they had almost a tree that was similar to a eucalyptus tree grown in California along the trail. Next slide. Here we have a Roadwatch team member who had been wounded in a previous mission. And you could see the doctors were not the most skillful, cosmetically speaking, surges. Next slide. Here we have, usually a team would be close to 10, give or take one or two. And they would go in with enough food to stay for 2 to 3 months, unless we had, sickness or someone wounded. But the Laotians were small but hardy, warm, spirited young men, and they, for the most part, except on a few occasions, reported honestly as to the number of vehicles, personnel that they could observe along the trail back to us. So we'll show you a few teams here. I would name them various fruits: mangosteen, blueberry, raspberry, strawberry, and so next slide. Another team, their job was to observe, not to fight. The longer they could stay in and sustain honest, good reporting coming out, they were fulfilling their mission. Next slide. To incentivize these teams, I would ensure select those that accomplished their missions over a period of time, and we'd have an airplane. This 50 Kip was the CIA's aircraft. And we would take them down to Bangkok and wine and dine and eat good meals down there. So these were 4 team leaders that had done a very good job. The one on the left was ambushed and hit by the North Vietnamese, and he and another Laotian soldier walked out from the Ho Chi Minh Trail all the way to Mekong and down Team Mangosteen. And later on, he did some good missions in planting camouflaged transformers, taps of the communications lines that the North Vietnamese had along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Next slide. Here we're taking a team up to Nakhon Phanom in Thailand, and we're going to put them on a Jolly Green Giant and take them into part of the road net that was in North Vietnam, coming down into Laos and then down to South Vietnam. So this is the inside of a American chopper. With these Roadwatch Laotian teams, you'd always have some veterans leading them and communicators who were dependable, and some new rookies. This might have been one on the right who has kind of an apprehensive, nervous look on his face. Next slide. On the left was the Mangosteen team leader in a Beechcraft Baron, and one of his communicators were more educated individuals on the right. Next slide. This is another team leader. I can't remember which team, but he had, that's either a hairdo or a woolly hat of some sort. Interesting. A pretty good little soldier. Next slide. This is a jovial young man who was Thai, Laos, and he wanted to go on a mission on one of these teams, so I sent him into North Vietnam because of his good English reporting ability, and he's looking out the window. The mission extended longer and longer and longer, and his messages to me got more critical, accusing me how much I had deceived him when it went from, I think it was 2 months to maybe almost 4 months, and it was quite an interesting exercise. Next slide. Here was 3 young soldiers, Laotian soldiers. They all came back a lot skinnier after eating rations that weren't quite as pleasant as what they would have when they were in Savannakat. Next slide. Here's my right-hand man, Sherm. He's communicating with the pilots of the chopper, taking in this small team into the trail area. Next slide. This was a mission that was completed into North Vietnam, and so we were using Jolly Greens coming down. And 2A with American pilots, and one was shot, hit by 37 millimeter, and he parachuted out. And so I guided the jollies to where the parachute landed, and Sherm went in and brought him out with one of the jollies back to the Kontum from whence we started. It was a little interesting. Over. Next slide. This is, I believe, the team that wanted to stayed a little bit longer than we had expected because of bad weather. And you can see their hair when they start out is pretty short. By the time they get through with a long mission, it's pretty long. Next slide. Here's the same team. I think we told them to take their hats off. And they looked like they were well fed, though. They weren't the happiest lot. They wanted to come out a lot sooner. Next slide. This is, I think a team was Blueberry, the guy in the beret. He did a pretty good job. Looks like the sun was going down. Next slide. This is we gave all these teams cameras, and so he's on his way walking out. He's still got his weapon. He's got his canteen, bamboo canteen, and he survived, got all the way out, and with the others were killed or captured, and so I took him down to Bangkok later on. Over. Another slide, please. Here's the second survivor from the Team Mangosteen. And you can see he literally walked out of his boots, or they were surprised by the attack. But they both came out barefooted. They had to, you can see a bamboo canteen that he is on his back. So that was quite a difficult mission. They brought their cameras with them. Good boys. Next slide. Here the team leader took a picture of the previous fellow, showing that he walked out of his boots. So they did a good job. M2 carbine, 30 caliber clip. Next slide. Here is the team leader again with his carbine and canteen water, and he's barefooted too, as you can see, and he needs a haircut. Next slide. This is the team leader, who is probably just waking up. It looks like he's got a sweat rag. He wasn't wounded, both were healthy. And I took them both down to Bangkok. Next slide. This is some of the terrain that the two survivors went through. Tough, up and down, difficult. And you had to stay off the trails, and we're tribal members who supported the Pathet Lao, the communist army of the in Laos. So they had to stay off the trails. Next slide. This is the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Most of the time it was single track, but they would have, and it was a one-way trip. Normally, you know, with troops and cargo going on down. During the rainy season, monsoons, very difficult, some of the mud areas and some of the creek crossings, etc. So the two took these pictures. Next slide. Not a very interesting photograph, but told them if they got down on the trains, take pictures of the tire treads. Next slide. This was once a jungle area, and after bombings and such, there wasn't much vegetation left. Next slide. And another photograph of how the vegetation would survive. Analysts back home might, find some of these photographs useful. During the early days of the war, they would try various choke points using soap during the monsoon season, just to make the road more slippery and more difficult to traverse for the vehicles. Next slide. Yours truly, this is my work uniform most of the time. Polo shirt, short pants, and boots. And the mangosteen leader who walked out of the Ho Chi Minh Trail area is on the far left, mangosteen. His sidekick I took down, but he's not in this picture. Next slide. We're flying east towards North Vietnam and Khe Sanh in that area. Beautiful clouds. The cumulus oftentimes go from, a couple of 1,000 feet all the way up to 10,000 feet. And flying through it is very, very nice. Next slide. The Ho Chi Minh Trail runs down on the Laotian side of these Annamite mountains, and we put the Roadwatch teams up high, and it gets pretty cold for them and everything. And for the most part, the trucks are running at night, and whenever they have cover. So sometimes they can only hear and they can't see. Next slide. Koput is the next big pass coming out of North Vietnam into the Ho Chi Minh Trail. That's this, and it's flat on, it's kind of like a big aircraft carrier, and it looks down on the road. So we had put 2 Thai teams, from Thailand, special forces up there, and the first one got hit, and we got them all out. The second one, I put in, and it got hit again, and so we had a big problem rounding up that team on the top of this mountain. Next slide. On the top of Koh Put, there's some great HLZs, helicopter landing sites. So I put Team Red Bull, this Thai team, on into position from this HLZ, and for about 2 weeks they were reporting out. Then they got hit, and they went to the wind. They didn't all stay together. So for about 30 days, I flew around Koh Put when the weather was good, looking for all these people. Finally got most of them together. A couple of them were unaccounted for. Next slide. This is the HLZ. There's not too many, just 2 or 3. So we let it cool down for a while and then put the second team in. It's thick forest, as you can see up on the top, except for the HLZ. Next slide. And there you can see the topography of Koh Put. The Ho Chi Minh trail is right at the base of it, so it's a wonderful position to put an observation post up there, as long as you didn't have bad guys, to get in the way. Next slide. Here you have a road coming out of probably North Vietnam in this particular perspective. And here's the trucks would have to go across a river like this. So this is an ideal place to do as much damage as possible with aircraft bombs. Next slide. Again, from a different angle, the same river. Another good choke point. Next slide. Here, all the white has been caused by ordnance dropped from aircraft. And you can just imagine how many bombs it took. Probably the terrain is very steep here, and they would have to, in particular during the monsoon season, it would become nothing but a mud hole, one huge. And the North Vietnamese 339th Transportation Regiment would have to have bulldozers and, maybe a couple of hundred laborers just repairing this one road point. So you can well imagine how difficult it was. Next slide. Here's another good shot of Koh Put. And you don't see any choke points around it, but that's a wing tip over on the right-hand side. You can see how tall that is. Pretty cold up there. I spent 30 days flying around there looking for these guys before we finally got everybody and the 2 dead bodies out of there. Next slide. You can just see on the top side to the, you can just see the trace of the road, and probably the steepness of the cliff there because this was another perfect choke point to slow down the convoys going down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Next slide. You can see again a river crossing and a ford. They would put stones and try and have, you know, one or two or three different fords so that they could continue the trucks crossing this particular large river. But you can see how difficult it was for the Air Force, you know, to stop these convoys from getting through. Next slide. This is something we were always looking for, an alternate route. So when one got terribly difficult to keep clear, they would start running another one underneath the trees, and then next thing you know, you would see trailings of earth where bulldozers would be plowing through the earth. And so we would tell the Air Force, you know, that an alternate route at a certain point was taking place. Next slide. Here was another good choke point. You can see the road coming down from the right and crossing. And at some of these choke points, they would have anti-aircraft 30 millimeter, you know, so you'd end up looking at these choke points, you know, to study, and then the next thing you know, you have fairly large airbursts if they had your elevation proper. And if you saw one of these, you got immediately out of there. Went through a few of those. Next slide. You can see the trace of the trail. It looks like it's in pretty good shape. Note how many ordnance coming out of the aircraft have gone quite a distance from the trail, particularly to the east, which is the bottom of it. Those are all bomb craters. Next slide. Here's a good shot from the top of the photo all the way down until the choke point. You can see the tough terrain that these trucks had to traverse to get down to South Vietnam. Next slide. Another shot of a choke point. Next slide. Another choke point. You can see some of the bombs are quite a distance away from the ideal portions of the road that they wanted to destroy. That's due to weather, mainly poor visibility. Next slide. Another choke point, getting down towards a little bit above Khe Sanh by Tsepone in Laos. Khe Sanh was a big battle, and it was up on the north east portion of South Vietnam. Next slide. This is another choke point. You'll note that we're probably up around 10,000 feet out of the way of the 37th. We don't want to get too close. In particular, we read all the reports were coming from all pilots, where the gunners were particularly good, where aircraft were hit by ACAC. We stayed away from those where the gunners were particularly good. Next slide. Here you can see another wide span of the river along the trail. And you figure the ordnance might cost $500 around. There's literally thousands and thousands of bombs that fell on the Ho Chi Minh Trail during the 15 years of the war.
Okay.
You can notice the size of the craters of some of the 500 or larger bombs that they've used to, make mush out of the terrain during the rainy season monsoons. Terribly difficult for the people on the ground to keep those roads tenable for the trucks to pass through. But you see the alternate routes, all the tracks. Next slide. Here you see the trail going from left to right, and then a lot of activity. There must have been many camouflage positions where they would put trucks that would overnight, or crews to sleep, or bulldozers to repair. And you can see some of the trailing. So back in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere, you had an awful lot of analysts looking at, every square foot of these choke points, trying to stop the traffic from going to the south. Next. Not a choke point. The terrain looks flat, not much vegetation, a few bombs, were dropped, but hardly any whatsoever. But it just shows you, and whatever this, these two buildings probably weren't utilized, on a clear day, maybe during the monsoon season when the weather was bad. But not many structures were found like this on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. That's why when I took the picture, I was amazed. Next slide. This is a once upon a time bridge that was used, and you see some structures in the water and everything, but this obviously was a choke point, but you don't see a lot of bomb craters. Not so sure why, but they must be there. Maybe we'll see in another photo. Next. Interesting photo. It looks like a vehicle bridge, but you don't see a lot of bomb carriers. So maybe the trail used to the east or the west other terrain, but it's kind of curious. Never did find out why the trail never crossed by the bridge here. Next. Here was an obvious ford. Again, not a lot of bomb craters or anything. Tracks from trucks, yes. But it's curious to know. This might not have been a part of the trail, but a shot that I took out of curiosity. No craters. Next slide. Here's a road that looks on the right of the photo coming down to a ford crossing this river. It's interesting. It's interesting to note how it's not discernible in the water, the photographs, at least from my eye, from my film. You couldn't see any tracks going across the river at all. Next slide. another good choke point that they obviously dropped orders on quite a bit. Never did see any barges. It would just slow down the pace of the vehicles going down the trail. Next slide. Some structures along some of the trails are kind of interesting. Obviously, we don't see any craters or bomb hits around there. Just out of curiosity, I took this picture. Next. You can see going from left to right the trail, not many bomb craters, but you'll note, you know, the Ho Chi Minh Trail always ran along a water source in anticipation of sending a lot of troops to South Vietnam to fight Americans. And the South Vietnamese, you know, they needed water for the vehicles, but to a greater extent, when they were the North Vietnamese army, they needed a lot of water. Next slide. Never did get an answer to this one, but here we have on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, going from left to right, going in, and ingress, egress, and trench lines going across, and then obvious hooches or huts and bunkers and other things, which leads me to believe that there was something underground of significance. If that were the case, you know, why were there not large, you know, bomb craters all over the place? So never did, and the style here is more North Vietnamese than South Vietnamese. So never got the reply back from anybody to satisfy my curiosity. Double strips of barbed wire going around the entire, but I never got a reply satisfactorily. Next slide. This some of the pilots, I'd say all the pilots trusted my judgment, but we came down rather low for this this shot. You can see the major artery for trucks, but no craters or bomb craters or anything like that. Next slide. We always made it a point to never put our Roadwatch teams anywhere near the choke points where pilots might drop some of the ordnance for whatever reason. We didn't want to. During my 2 years, we never had a case of a Roadwatch team sustaining fatalities or wounds from bombs from American, you know, planes. So I was happy about that. Our responsibility in Savannakat was from the Mujia Pass down to the town of Tsepone, an old French town in Laos. Next slide. On a clear day or night, these choke points, caused by the craters in the water and the upturned earth, gave pilots pretty good targets. I see something along the road there, but they don't look like vehicles. Maybe they're water buffalo or something like that. Next slide. With the vegetation being blown away by the concussion of all the blasts and everything, not much of anything It looks like a scorched, dry piece of earth beneath there. That's why I think it was pretty important for the North Vietnamese troops when they were coming down to have water sources. Next slide. Here you can see those two craters right there in the scorched area and the road, shifting to the right. And then there's another one, another road on the left. They were constantly moving the roads, to get around and to keep. I've not read any books translated into English by the Vietnamese unit that was responsible for the movement of the troops and supplies going into South Vietnam. But it must have been a horrific challenge. Next slide. If I were an intelligence analyst, I'd be curious. You can see the trail up on the right-hand upper corner going into an area, and there's obviously a water source here. So it would strike me that this probably was a troop bivouac area where large numbers of North Vietnamese troops probably rested and bathed in maybe a medical center or something like that. But if that was the case, why don't we see any bomb craters going around? Just a point of curiosity. Next slide. So I would just end this batch of photos, and I was always impressed with the courage and dedication of the North Vietnamese to their fight for getting rid of the Chinese, the French, and the Americans. Next slide. Here's a Roadwatch team getting ready to be picked up out of a landing zone. You can see some of the tree sizes that they had to cut down. And it was a big job to make sure that these guys took enough down so a chopper could get in and get out in time. Next slide. This is a shot from the Beechcraft Barren, and you can see the helicopter landing zone down there. Next slide. This is almost a duplicate of the previous one. I'm not sure exactly what those two dots are down there. They could be the two choppers. Two Air America Hueys went in to take this team out. Next slide. You can see how thick the forests are in this particular. This is above Tsepone and below Route 912. Next slide. Pretty good shot of the mountains. This is looking east, North Vietnam on the other side. We're in Laos. You can see a roadway maybe on the ridge line, but that's my imagination. Next slide. Here's a natural landing zone, maybe the old one that we put them in on, that I was possibly checking out. Next slide. And here's one taking off by part of the team on the ground. Next slide. Here's a happy boy looking out the window of Air America Huey taking off. Next slide. One of the Roadwatch teams clearing the brush. Had to take quite a little bit, to give the chopper access, and and exit capabilities. Next slide. Here's some stumps to give you an idea of the girth of some of the trees they had to saw down. Next slide. The point I want to make here is how difficult it is for the chopper pilots to depend upon these little Laotian Roadwatch teams with no Americans on the ground. The chopper pilots had to trust in their capabilities to go on amazing landing and exiting. The pilots were very good. Next slide. This is an interesting topographical ridge line. Not seen too often. Next slide. Here you have the team. You can see they had to take down some pretty big trees here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10. One of the probably 10, 11 members. Looking forward to getting out. Next slide.
Okay.
Khe Sanh was in the northwest corner of South Vietnam, occupied by mainly the U.S. Marines. They had a big runway here, and they sent reconnaissance teams, Americans, into Laos and Cambodia from here. So it was a very active place. The mountains were huge, and here we're flying in a Dornier. This is about a 4-seater Dornier 2-engine plane, and they decided, the North Vietnamese, to make a big deal out of taking Khe Sanh. So here we're talking about the 60s. And the battle for Khe Sanh went on for about 10 years, it seems. Over. Next slide. The mountains were huge around there. We're looking from the south into North Vietnam, and they had to come down from the southern part of North Vietnam over these mountains to get into Khe Sanh. Prodigious, challenging engineering feat for the North Vietnamese. Over. Next slide. Here are some of the valleys. This is all limestone karst mountains. Very, very pretty. Some of the shots, I think, will pick up some of the beauty of the area of these karst. The valleys were kind of like little Shangri-Las, not in this photo, but in other ones if you flew up them. Next slide. Here you have a small road. This is probably in North Vietnam, the southern part of North Vietnam. And I was just doing some reconnaissance of. Next slide. The mountains got bigger just north of Khe Sanh, and you can see all the trailing dirt, the bulldozers, as they came out and put roads through these areas. It's quite impressive. Next slide. So in this particular shot, it's interesting because some of the people on the road we were almost parallel to the road. That's how steep it was. And they took some shots of us. Made me a little nervous. Next slide. You can see where Eldon Walker was the pilot on this particular flight. Good friend of mine. And you can see how close we were. Next slide. This is down near Quezon, an interesting formation of some valleys and mountains. Next slide. Another shot of the same area of the road that was very close to Quezon. Later on, when they got this road and the logistics coming into the area, there was a huge battle between the North Vietnamese, the Marines, Americans, Vietnamese. Next slide. Another shot in the same area. Next slide. This is picks up on the green of the vegetation more realistically. Next slide. Another picture of how we were right down at road level, and we were getting small arms firing at the airplane. Made me a little nervous. Next slide. That's North Vietnam, just over these mountains here, and the road decreases in elevation as it's going to Quezon. Next slide. I had some friends at Quezon from OCS who were with special forces that worked in CNC North. Good friend who bought a Corvette. Later on, I bought a Corvette. Cal Gore lost his life in Quezon. Next slide. Another shot of the Quezon area. Next slide. Luang Probang is the northern capital. During the hot summers, the king would go up there and stay. It's on the Mekong River. Next slide. The next few photographs are taken in the southern part of Laos, looking east, just to give you a little perspective on the southern part of the country. Next slide. Over the hill is Quezon, and you can see how we'd have to wait till most of the morning mist burned away. The clouds come all the way down to the tops of the mountains. And here we're heading over to Quezon. Next slide. This is a shot from Paut in the mountains, and on the other side is Quezon and the southern part of North Vietnam. Next slide. Here was a great photograph of some of the cumulus, the clouds that would form up during the monsoon season. Next slide. This is a old French bridge destroyed near Tsepone. Next slide. And in a close vicinity, a new bridge is being built. Next slide. In the late 70s, early 80s, a great deal of irregular warfare occurred in Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. The Cubans were behind it, the Russians were behind it, and Nicaragua had the Sandinistas, and they were communist. And then we in CIA created the Contras. The Contras were in Costa Rica and in Honduras, and attacking the Nicaraguans and the Sandinistas who were communists. they had Cubans and Russian money and all sorts of activities were going on. Next slide. So in Salvador, I made a trip down there, and the military attaché, Colonel Steele, asked me, the CIA wanted the Prowls, a unit that was created by a Master Sergeant Mike Kim, and they were a small reconnaissance unit, direct action mission. This was one team, and there were 6 to 10 people. Next slide. And this unit were well trained. I said I'd take him if you gave me Mike Kim, a Master Sergeant, United States Army Green Beret. And I said, I'll take him if you give me the camp, the unit, and everything. And they agreed, and they became one of the, not one, but probably the most effective surveillance small unit fighting force in San Salvador. Next slide. So now we skip over from Salvador over to Honduras and Nicaragua. And the communists, Cubans, Soviets, Czechs, all supported the Nicaraguans, the Sandinistas. They were becoming a communist surrogate. And so we created, in the CIA, the Contras as an entity. And so we might as well start with a painful picture here of a Contra. We had dentists and doctors and supported them with weapons. Next slide. And of course, we taught them all to be good soldiers. And here were they're being shown how to take a weapon apart. These Americans worked for me. It was in Honduras at the time, just north of Nicaragua. Next slide. So out of scratch, we created training bases and various sites in the eastern side and the western side of Honduras, which allowed us to move down south into Nicaragua and attack the Sandinistas. And they, of course, were sponsoring a FML communist unit in Salvador. So I had people in Salvador, Honduras, going into Nicaragua and working out of Honduras. Next slide. Whenever we had large rivers to cross, we used these dugouts. Next slide. This little dentist with a cigar was one of my people, good guy talking to some Contras. Contras, you had the bell curve, good, very good, and very bad. But it was quite an experience for our soldiers down there. Large activity. Next slide. Contras came in all sizes, men, women, tall, short, skinny, fat, and here was an assortment of some. Here's one of the traders, one of the Nicaraguan traders, and the Contras they were mostly Nicaraguan and a few Hondurans being taught. Looked a little bit like Southeast Asia, some of the huts. Same material, warm weather, rain, monsoons. Next slide. The vegetation was similar to the jungle of Central America. A lot of snakes, monkeys, jaguars, etc. Next slide. Here's a dugout used to cross this river. There was one large river, can't remember the name right now, between Honduras and Nicaragua, that we put our training camp and base on the other side of it. So it added to our defensive posture. Next slide. Here we have, I'm not certain the story of this fellow, but he certainly has gone through a terrific ordeal with little food, very thin. Next slide. The photo on the right is one of my people down there helping this malnutrition case cross the river. Don't know the exact story. Next slide. Here we're getting some food in them, and you can see there's not much left of them. Next slide. Looks like we've had a fire. Like all Central America, there's some thick jungle and some wide open spaces. Tough duty at times. Next slide. Huey helicopter we use down there on occasion. This is probably at the training base. That truck looks like a local manufacturer. Next slide. A Contra unit lining up, probably getting ready to go on an operation. Next slide. Huey helicopter and trucks taking whatever the Hueys were bringing in. Next slide. Another war that I was involved in was in Kosovo, where Milosevic and his Serbians started, attacking states, and one was Kosovo. And I spent a short TDY there. Next. I was there after the war. There was no fighting going on. There was a lot of debris from the war, but no active fighting. Next slide. This had been occupied Yugoslavia, which was its dictator was Milosevic, Tito before Milosevic, and barbed wire, very stark socialist apartments. Next slide. Not sure about the name of this town, industrial area. Next slide. I'm right behind the fellow in the dark sunglasses who was one of the leaders of the unit. These were all U.S. military guys, and I was assigned to them to give them a little intelligence support. Next slide. Some other bleak living quarters, typical of what you find in the old Soviet Union and other Eastern European Soviet countries, like in the Ukraine. Next slide. The country was in a state of rebuilding. Next slide. Under a camouflage net, you'll see an armored personnel carrier. Next slide. This is a cemetery, well maintained. Interesting, they would have on the tombstones pictures of the deceased. sometimes their car, etc. Next slide. Armored personnel carrier, part of the local armed forces. Next slide. Industrial area in Kosovo. Bleak portions of Kosovo suffered greatly. Next slide. This is a typical checkpoint or roadblock where when you see something like that, you slow down and get your identification out. Next slide. An obvious, untouched by the war residential area in Kosovo. Next slide. People would, because the services, social services, garbage, and other facilities were destroyed, people would take their garbage out of the town and dump it as waste. Next slide. A typical way of in Europe, where you have one tunnel and road undercutting another one, unlike our practice in the United States. Next slide. A residential scene in Kosovo. Next slide. More typical residential apartments found in Russia, Ukraine, and the Eastern European former communist countries, Romania, Bulgaria, etc., Poland. Very bleak. Many of the countries would have large elements of the Islamic influence, mosques in portions, and of course Byzantium was Christian, and Christians were always at war with the Muslims, and so you have this conflicts, genocide occurring in Srebrenica. Next slide. This in the middle is a young Marine. We became friends. We were still in communications, and I must have been 25 pounds overweight. The other fellow was an Army officer. We were making this trip where we were taking the pictures. Next slide. Here's a cache of, I do not and can't identify the rifle, but the magazines and grenades and knives, etc., were typical of what we'd find among the various insurgent groups. Next slide. After the turn of the century and everything, I was working, spent about 7 years, of TDYs in Iraq, Afghanistan. And this is the kind of caches, weapons and explosives that were hid from us beneath the ground that we would find in the various countries. Next slide. This is, again, a weapons explosive cache in Iraq. Next slide. Another cache. Immense amount of wounded and killed were caused by these IEDs, improvised explosive devices, and this is a cache of the kinds of explosives that would be used to against us. This is probably a Pakistani assistant to the CIA training some mujahideen who were fighting against the Soviets, or later on, some of the Pakistanis being trained with our assistance in Afghanistan. Picture of some of the Islamic soldiers, you can tell by their hat. All of the Afghan, even the Taliban today, wear this kind of hat that can roll down, keep your ears warm. Next slide. This is a little bit of a teeter-totter with a fellow climbing up there to clean the muzzle of an anti-aircraft, old Second World War Soviet anti-aircraft. Next slide. One of my people, Steve Cash, terrific officer. Our boys grow, when they stay overseas for a while, they grow their beards and put on a hat or two, and they can pass. This is probably a Pakistani on his right. Next slide.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey.
I hear you and I see you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and I see you too.
Okay, good. Where's Deanna? Is she going to get on, or is she just
Yeah, I've
looking?
been waiting for her, and she went to, exercise with the therapist, so she ought to be pulling in
she's
the
not
driveway
back
soon.
yet. Okay, well that's
No.
all right. We don't really need her. I thought she just might want to be in there. So you're on on her computer or your laptop?
I'm on my laptop.
Okay.
I'm out in the studio. In the studio.
In the studio. Okay. That's where the beer cooler is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a good picture and all that kind of stuff. And let's see here. Okay, now I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna share my screen and we're gonna go look at some pictures and see if we can.
Okay.
There's several different ways of doing this. So, hang on. Uh-oh. Is that Andy?
No, that's Cosmo.
Cosmo. Okay.
He's got a loud bark.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
I can see your screen. Yep. And I see you up in the upper right hand corner.
Okay, let's see here. Today is just kind of exploratory, trying to figure out how we're going to do this. This may not be the best way, but we will see.
Okay.
Let's see here. See if we put it this way.
Have you seen Allison's dog?
I think I did one day. I think we were over there and saw it. Oh, that's not what I want.
Can you see him now?
No, I'm looking at my screen. Can you see the pictures on the screen there?
Yeah, I see that. I see it. Punji steaks.
Okay, I can go. Everything you see is being videoed right now. We're being videoed and recorded. Everything that's said and everything that's on everything you see. Well, I see, and when I edit the video, I can crop just. You probably can't see my pointer on there, but I can crop just the picture. I can do with my video software. It'd be real easy to crop this picture. You know what I mean?
When you say crop, does that mean you can make it smaller or bigger?
It means that all the stuff around the picture, all you would see would be the picture in the video, not all the stuff.
Oh, okay.
In other words,
yeah,
I can crop that. See, each one of these fills the same size frame, and I'll just be able to crop the video once, and it'll show all of these pictures. assuming you want to show them. So this is, you've got, let's see here, you got, that's a jet going across? I heard that. We've got these grouped. We did this last time we got together. See, you got the 1962, 63. What is that? 2-Corps.
Yep, 2-Corps.
And then we broke the 2-Corps into these subgroups.
Yeah.
With videos, and I'm assuming you want to talk about most of these. There may be some of them you don't want to put in. We can always edit them out later if you want to, but I'm just wondering, did we put these in a kind of order that you would want to talk about them?
Yeah. What I think I would, let me ask you some questions.
Okay.
Can you transfer all of this? Can I load it into my laptop here, and then I could do audio, talk about it without taking your time up?
I can. Yeah, you can load all this stuff. It's a lot of information, but you can download all this stuff. I can send you a link that would let you download all this stuff onto your computer from Dropbox. But how you would add the audio, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the big question. So that I could do the audio over here
on your own
and stop it and think about it, and then put some more audio in and attach it to the little icons here.
I don't know how we would do that, Chuck. One way we could do it is for you to come over here, and then we could just look at pictures one at a time, and then you could say what you wanted to say about each picture.
Yeah. But I couldn't do that over here, could I?
You could. I'm trying to think how you would do that.
What I'm trying to do is give me a leisurely pace that I can get it done, and not take up your time.
Well, I'm not worried about that. Let me think. I don't know how we would do that. I'm sure there's a way, but the idea is to get it linked to the picture. I mean, if you had a video cassette or something, you could put all that on there, but then that would be horrendous trying to match everything up. Or
if I were over there in your room, could you set me up in your room where I can talk in?
Yeah,
I could do it, but I would have to be in your room, huh?
Well, if you brought your laptop over, we could probably put you in a little room by yourself or something, or
I could do that.
Yeah. It might be easier than doing it like this. Let me show you another way of doing it here. We'll put it on. We're going to go over to Dropbox. Okay, here's the one we were looking at. Right here.
No, this is a different one. This is 4-core. The other one was 2-core.
That's a different one. Okay, I'm sorry.
This was my bodyguard.
Oh, come on. Let's see. Oh, 2-core. This is one.
Second one is 2-core.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like that's starting down at the bottom. Maybe let's see what it is. I can also crop out each picture however we want it, if you want to just talk about one picture. What I'm afraid is that label on the bottom is going to show, but that might not be a bad idea.
No.
That way they'd be together, and then we could, like on something like this, if you wanted to just talk about one picture, you could do that, and then in the final video, you can crop that out. Takes a little more work.
Yeah.
Are we going? Is this backwards on this? That's one thing we got to do, is figure out which ones we want to talk about in what order. Here we go. Let's see. That one's that one. Okay, if you turn it over, uncheck it. Is this 2-core? Yeah, it is.
That was up in 2-core.
We got to get it in. Got to get these pictures in the order. I can go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can number them if I know which ones you want to use and how we want to do that. Hang on.
Yeah.
Adobe's always trying to force you to do something. Okay, where was it? Oh, I know what I was doing. I know what I was doing wrong. Vietnam slides. Oh, that ain't the one we don't. Oh, it's a working folder. That's what we were looking at. Okay, here we go. Okay, there's 2-core. Here we go. This looks right. This is what we started off looking at. Okay, this is what we had organized. Okay.
Yeah.
We had this group.
There you go.
And then I mean, if we wanted to, we just talk about them like this. Some of these pictures, if there's we could go through here. See this little star down here? You can star the ones that you like, and then we could go back and just look at those and talk about them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because some of this stuff is of interest, to the school, Texas Tech, but other ones of just me, might not be.
Well, I don't know what they're gonna be interested in, but you've got a story to tell, and you there's and which pictures you want to use, I don't know. But like this is what we picked out for.
Yeah.
What do you call that?
Like
Group A, whatever that
this
is.
This is a typical A team camp with its defensive fortifications,
which
bunkers,
did you
sandbags.
You want to look at all these pictures and talk, or do you want to just talk about certain pictures? If I talk about, will I have just one picture I'm talking about, or like 4 pictures? Well, it depends on how you want to do it. You can talk about one picture, and then we can move to the next, and then and you can just keep talking. Like right here, I guess my question is, do you want to talk about all of these pictures? And if you only talk, okay. I could talk about all of these pictures. Yeah. Okay. Well, do they seem to be in a good order? I guess that's the order. Yeah, these 4 pictures, for instance, are just one camp, and they display. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, here's the first one. Go ahead and talk like you're just explaining it. This is the first picture, and then here is a typical part of an A team in 2 Corps. A Medal of Honor, Captain Donlin, and his A team fought off an attack by the North Vietnamese. On this camp, you can see in this camp. Yeah. Captain Donlin and his 7 or 8 troopers and probably about 250 South Vietnamese soldiers were behind these barriers with panji stakes, barbed wire, moats, etc., and with a minefield out in front and more to make it difficult and slow for anybody over a period of time to overrun such an A team. So each night, the Viet Cong would crawl and they would disarm the mines and they would cut the barbed wire and they would find places, where they could penetrate the perimeter of the A camp. On the inside, they would try and get certain people recruited to assist. So when they attacked, they'd have some boys on the inside who could, kill some sentries and make such an attack successful. So I would talk like that. What all these posts out there? It looks like a grape vineyard or something. What is that? Oh, can you see my finger? No, I can't see your finger. Huh? No. Those are sharpened bamboo stakes. Yeah, but what out in the field there? It looks like, what are those posts? They're sticking straight up. Those are posts that have all sorts of wires attached to them with noisemakers, and barbed wire on, and mines attached to them, so that there would be tripwires. So they would have to cut, these tripwires. Otherwise, they would blow themselves up with what's called a bouncing Betty. Bouncing Betty. It's the mine that goes up in the air and it blows up. Huh. That's a dangerous area there. Now, do you want to keep talking about this picture, or you want to move on to another one here? Well, that was just an example that you asked me to do. Okay. And then, is this the same place? Yeah, this is the same place. A different perspective. You can see the bamboo stakes and sandbags and the straw to keep the rain out. And you can see ponchos and everything in between the sandbags, to keep us, because this is where the soldiers would sleep. And if there was an attack, they would leave their sleeping quarters and just go up to the shooting
there's a pathway, and they would be shooting, at those people, the Viet Cong, who were attacking. Up in the bunker, the tower, you can see a sandbag and I think a large machine gun, probably a 50 caliber machine gun, that could do enfilade firing down along the line. You can, it would be, is there a way by, like, can I talk and use this arrow?
You can't use the arrow because I won't see it, but you can talk. Whatever you're saying right now, everything is being recorded. Even everything I'm saying. Yeah.
For instance, that 50 caliber could be shooting down, towards me. You can't see my.
No.
No. Okay. They could. It would be good. Is there any way I could be talking and showing with a pointer?
No.
So I would be talking about sandbags, and these are rice paddies. These are pansies. We don't have that capability.
No.
Okay.
Because we're looking at a photograph.
Yeah. See, there would, over on the left, there would be mortars, 81 millimeter mortars, maybe a 4.2 mortar that could fire, and land to hit, the enemy who was attacking. So
would they'd be attacking from all around?
Excuse me?
When the Indians when the Vietnamese would attack, would they attack from all around, or
it depends. It depends. If on the number of, but normally they would only have, if they had a penetrant in the urban forces inside of the camp, they would attack, the area where their recruited asset slept. If he slept in this side of the fort, then they would attack from the river side and penetrate and go through. And it would take them maybe, a week or so to disarm the mines and to cut the wire, and to get rid of the punji stakes, so that once they got up past the punji stake and in there, then they're inside the camp. One of the major objectives here would be to neutralize that 50 caliber or 30 caliber in that tower.
Man.
So, in other words, they want to neutralize the mortars, the heavy machine guns. Those are the killer. They're the killers. And they want a safe ingress way of getting inside of the camp through the minefield and everything without losing too many people.
Oh man. So how much of the camp does this show right here? Is that where all of the
this is only one edge of the camp. Only one edge.
Let's see what this
usually they're triangular.
Yeah.
You see that? See the poncho? The ponchos are laid over the straw ceilings to keep the rain out.
So if the Americans got in trouble and needed artillery, is there an artillery base somewhere?
Yeah, there's a mortar.
A mortar?
There's a on this one here. See over on the river, okay, on the left-hand side of this, that's where the enemy would approach in this particular slide. You see a Jeep and you can see some walls. These are all made from scratch, using troop labor, etc. The bad guys are going to bring mortars also. They'll be traveling with, 82 millimeter mortars, 60, 61 millimeter mortars, and they'll be, lobbing mortar shells to the inside of the camp.
Whereabouts is this camp?
2 corps between Pleiku and Kontum in 2 corps in South Vietnam.
That dog's going to be in the in the audio.
Oh, yeah, but well, this is just an example we're trying to.
Okay. Now here we are again looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see out here, here's a minefield. There's a minefield to the left, top. That's a minefield with wires connecting to all those vertical rods. And down in any hollows, we would put geese or you know, to make noises. Okay, that's a pretty shot here. This is the same camp. This is the you know, this is maybe it's during the monsoon season and there's a lot of rain going on. Camps are near sources of water too.
So if the base really got in trouble though, could they call in artillery fire from someplace?
Yeah, they could call in a flare ship, and they would drop flares to light up the whole terrain so that we could see the enemy and shoot the enemy. They don't like that, and then they could fix wings, A1Es, and all sorts, even jets from the carriers to come in and hit. That's okay. That's okay, boy. Yeah. Cosmo's looking for a ball. He's got a ball spotted. That's why he's making all this noise. Now, here, this is the command post. This is where you can see here.
Yeah.
Con Brai. And I'll do a little research. I think I'll get a little book on this. I might have it in my library here and read up on it. But this on the right hand side, the circular sandbagged area, that could be a 60 millimeter or an 81 millimeter mortar site. This big,
Yeah.
Conbrai, Conbrai, is the camp. That's where the Vietnamese commander and the American A-team leader is going to be with the team sergeant. And they're going to be up there in communications with the various, strong points around. An A-team has, 9, 10, 11, men, medics, commo, etc., special forces A-team. They can train up to a battalion of troops in here, 200, 300, 400, who could sleep here and then go out and pacify the area or interdict some of the routes of supply that the Viet Cong were using.
Now, who were the U.S. troops in here? Was this Army?
This was Army Special Forces, the
Army
Green Berets.
Special Forces, yeah. Green Berets. Okay.
Yeah.
And were there?
This was the 5th Special Forces Group of the United States Army.
How many Green Berets would have been in there?
Anywhere from 9 to 11 to 12.
And then there would be many more Vietnamese troops. I mean,
200 to 300.
200, 300.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's a lot of shooting going on there, I bet.
Yeah, and also the mortars can shoot up flares up into the sky. So they don't like that. In other words, they're going to try and get as close to, the barrier where they're firing. They want to penetrate in through this barrier of Panji stakes and mine the minefields, etc., that are put out there. So you have sentries all around, you know, listening and looking.
The they're on the left side in the center. It looks like there's a number on the ground there. Is that like for the helicopters to see where they are? Looks like 65 something, 657 something, 657.
Oh yeah, that's the team. That is a number to identify this particular fort. Okay. It
So
looks like
so if an airplane okay.
Yeah. And so if they were under attack in the Trang, Vietnam, where 5th Special Forces headquarters is, they would send up a bird dog, a small 1-seater, 2-seater up there to develop contact, you know, with the people on the ground inside of this particular Cam Brai, you know, strong point. This is on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. This is in South Vietnam.
Oh,
and this group out of this fort with mountain, and they had mountain yard soldiers, they would go out and interdict the Ho Chi Minh Trail and try and slow down the supply of the Viet Cong in South Vietnam.
Looks like
there's
a ditch.
A ladder.
There's a ditch or something around that headquarters building
in
the middle.
Yeah. In other words, if the Viet Cong was shooting mortars in here, and you had to go to an area to reinforce, all of these ditches, you would be traveling down. So shrapnel from the mortars and from the small arms fire would not wound or kill any of your soldiers or the American troops.
I would be crawling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that your phone?
Hey, Deanna, Harry and I, we are talking.
Oh, that's okay. That's what I was going to find out. If I've already missed that, because I'm just now leaving, I'll go by the grocery store first.
Yeah, Harry and I, we are doing some testing of the, so.
Okay, you handle it, and then when I get home, if we need me for anything, I'll be happy to help.
Yeah, that's good. We're doing okay without you.
Great.
Okay. All right, dear. Bye. Okay,
How
I'm back.
deep is that ditch? It looks like about 3 feet. Is that about right?
Yeah, but it's probably about four feet. The deeper, the better. You know, so that you can bend over and get, you know, and the horizontal slots are firing positions on this big tower.
Yeah.
The Cam Brai tower.
Yeah.
Those horizontal slots, you know, they got probably machine guns in there to shoot over, you know, this 60 millimeter mortar position.
So when this picture was taken, was that an active fire base there? I guess it is.
Oh yeah,
I don't
this
see
was
many
an
people
active
around.
fire base.
Where are all the people? Are they out?
Well, there's towels on the left of the tower. I see one person there.
Yeah.
Could be early in the morning and no attack was taking place or anything like that.
Did y'all get cable?
So everybody was.
Did you live in a place like this for a while?
No cable.
Did you stay?
I slept in many of places like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a big helicopter coming in.
Yeah, here's copter coming in.
Is
this this is probably in a nearby position. H-21 is coming in. And these, you notice these poles, they have various antenna up there.
Is that what
the
those
punch,
are?
Those are poles that hold up the antennas.
Okay. Those wires, is that the antenna?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of helicopter is that?
H-21. It
H-20?
holds a squad of about 12 soldiers. And so this is 1962. And they had two. This was the workhorse, the H-21 and the H-34. The U.S. Marines were using the H-34.
What
But
did... Go ahead.
Because of the altitude up here, if you had wounded on the ground, this great big helicopter could only take, depending upon the altitude, from, or, 1, 2, 3, or 4 wounded people out, even though at sea level it could take almost 12 people out. So the altitude was a factor preventing the exfil of many wounded. They would have a gun. They would have a gunner in the front, a gunner in the back, and they'd have a two-man crew.
Is this pretty high up? This fire base, is it?
Yeah, it's pretty high up. Yeah, going up and down, or the north to the south, Annamite Mountains and everything, and it was tough. So often, if you had a firefight and if you had over 6 people, you always had a problem getting the wounded out. If we only had one helicopter coming in.
How long would it take you to get to the hospital from here with the helicopter? I mean, if they
anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. Depending upon, you get to a safe area with a medic or with a doctor, who could stop the bleeding and treat anyone. And then if to make a determination, from a doctor to see whether or not he needed further evacuation to a hospital in places, which are more sophisticated, such as in Pleiku, Kontum, Saigon, Can Tho, places like that. So we were pretty good about going in and getting the wounded out.
Did you lose many soldiers here at this camp? Do you have any idea?
58,000 Americans were killed
in the war. Yeah, but
in
how
Vietnam
about this fire base right here?
And this fire base during that attack, they lost they succeeded in stopping the attack, but they got inside of the camp.
They did get inside.
They did get inside the camp. What I will do is confirm that this cambrai, these pictures, this will be kind of interesting because I could see it, with facts coming out of the book, make it a little bit more interested.
Okay, he's fixing to come in. Is he going to land right in that spot?
Yeah, he's coming in. Yeah. That's a two-bladed H-21 coming on in. They used to call that the flying banana.
Flying banana.
Yeah.
What are these long poles laying on the ground over here on the right?
They were probably poles cut down and brought in, just to
use them for something
hold
later.
up, antennas for the radios for communications. You can see some of the mountains in the back.
Yes.
There you see the gunner.
Where's the Ho Chi Minh Trail? Where's the Ho Chi Minh Trail from there? Is it over there toward those mountains?
It comes down that mountain chain, that you saw in the previous slide.
Okay.
It goes down between Vietnam and Laos into Cambodia, and then it comes into I-Corps, 2-Corps, 3-Corps, 4-Corps.
Is that Laos or Cambodia or something where those mountains are, or is that still Vietnam?
In the back.
Yeah.
That's that area there is Cambodia and Laos.
Cambodia and Laos.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. That guy, there's someone manning that gun in that helicopter, aren't they? It looks like you can see him.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll do, okay, now here you have, American advisors and Vietnamese soldiers, and he's got a sack of mail, probably for himself. Maddox and Bennett, they were two. This was on my first month of arriving in Phu Bon province. Well, no, this is going to be in Cambrai, near Cambrai, I suppose.
So this isn't the fire base that we were in, or we're showing pictures of?
I think it is. It
looks like those same vertical posts back there where you had those wires.
Yeah. There, you can see how big that baby is.
Yeah.
By the guy in the door, but it could only take 2 extra people.
So this was in the early days of Vietnam. This is before. When did we declare? No, we never did declare war, but when did
That was 66 when the Tonkin Gulf.
The Tonkin Gulf.
1966.
So this is before that.
Yeah, this was 1962, 63, the earliest days of the war.
This wasn't even in the news then, hardly. I don't think.
Well, a little bit in the news, but it wasn't a big deal. Yeah.
Was Eisenhower the president, or was it Kennedy already?
During that particular time?
Yeah.
1962, 1963, it would have been Carter, and then
no, it's Kennedy,
and then Kennedy. Kennedy, won the election. I think he ran against maybe Nixon at that particular time. Here you see him. They've washed some clothes and they're drying some things. So that's a pretty big mountain there.
Yes. So they made that fire just to dry clothes?
I think so.
Huh.
Or maybe they were getting rid of some garbage and everything.
That's a good picture, though. Nice, clear picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Got some cattle. Is that inside the fence, or is
that
something?
Water buffalo.
That's
on the outside of the fence.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a typical plateau up in IICorps around Kontum, Pleiku, and it goes up from the coast, South China Sea, and it goes up into this plateau area, which is kind of like the Midwest of America, up into the mountains. The water buffalo is a beast of burden, and the Vietnamese would use them to till the soil and plant the rice.
Who's that guy?
Can you hear the dogs?
Yeah. Is Dan come home?
Oh. We got a neighbor, a black lab, and he's in the house next door, and he comes out, and our dogs are behind the fence, and they bark at each other. This here photograph, this monkey was given to me. I called him Oscar. In the lower left-hand corner, I got him by the back of his neck. But the Montagnards gave this monkey to me for helping them chase away the Viet Cong and bring them out. And then this here flag monument was for Master Sergeant Reuben Freeman. He was killed. This was 1963. Sergeant McKeewee was my right-hand man. I'm on the left-hand side.
Huh.
So Oscar the monkey, I took from Phu Bon province to Kontum, Vietnam, and we put a little harness on him, and he lived until 1968 when the Kontum was overrun, and he died in the attack there.
Oh,
so he was pretty famous monkey.
He got killed in an attack.
Yeah, in 1968, the Tet, January 1968.
So did he get shot or
Saigon was attacked. I wasn't not there. These 263, and at that particular time, it was safer, and not so many North Vietnamese had infiltrated into South Vietnam. 68, Ho Chi Minh, Trung Trinh, and the other North Vietnamese leaders decided, that they would attack simultaneously the major cities in South Vietnam. And that's when some of these attacks. Well, this one was Master Sergeant Freeman died in 1963. But 10 of 68 is when the monkey died.
This is the last picture in this series, in this
this
group.
So what I need to do is probably let's see if I have the book, and if not, I'll just research off the internet and talk about the attack of Cambrai in 1962, 1963.
Well, I'm gonna keep everything we got so far. That'll make this. What we were doing is we'll make a good video. We can add to it if there's something you want to add to it. But I think what I could. This Cambrai. Wasting any time.
Yeah. Okay.
So I will make a video of this. I mean, we've already got it.
Okay.
And then we can.
All right.
I can clean up the front, and clean up the end of it, and we'll put this in with these photos. So we'll
okay.
have it, and if we want to add to it, we can. But that at least this is the way I envision doing the whole thing, is just going through these pictures and talking about them. It doesn't have to be anything. We're not we're not pros. We're not making a movie for cable TV. We're just
that's true.
We're just talking about all this stuff, and I'm asking questions because I'm interested in people who want to listen to this later on. I don't know who that's going to be, whether it be people in Texas Tech or just family or friends or anyone that comes along 50 years from now just won't know what the hell what's going on here. But we can talk about that.
Yeah.
And then that will be one little video, and then let's see how we do the next. Okay, that was Group A, and then we just go on down to the next one like this. And we can go through this the same way that we did the last one, if you.
Yeah, show me. Go through the pictures quickly.
Okay, there's the first
in this section. Okay.
Those are good pictures. I think rather than trying to break all those big pictures up, I think if we talk about each one individually, we can leave it like this. Where need to, where those pictures are vertical or something, I might want to go back and make them. But I can do whatever we want to. I can clip out any portion or twist or flop it over to make it right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this is after an operation where we crossed the river in Phu Bon province. This is a different area of the Cambrai A team, and this was 1962 among the Jarai tribe. Okay.
Did you know this guy?
No. Well, I met him afterwards, but about the Viet Cong had taken these people into the jungle, and every one of them had eye, infections of the eye, and this guy I think has syphilis, pretty bad. When we saw him, his testicles were the size of a watermelon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and is taking care of people like this guy. He wasn't the chief or anything, but we made these people very, very happy, helping out the children, helping out the people, because they had no medicine. So this is how these mountain yards, the Jarai, celebrated things. And so here I am sipping out of a straw. These people, there's a captain, a major. There's a long straw.
Okay.
And I took a swallow of some of this rice wine that is in this big bowl. You can see it down in the lower right hand.
Yeah.
The story. And so that was made out of rice. And
they're smiling at you.
yeah. And I'm swallowing and wondering, just what I got, going through my system.
Is that kind of like sake? The
Yeah.
I like that
matter
sake.
Of fact.
Yeah.
And so this was my counterpart, and his predecessor was killed in a firefight. So he was the guy that died was a captain. I was a first lieutenant at the time, and he was a captain. So he outranked me, but I was bigger than him.
You recommend
everything?
Did these guys make it through?
And here are some. What?
I just wonder how many of these guys made it through the war. I bet a lot of them didn't.
Oh, a lot of these guys. When you took a bath in the river with these guys, you could see many scars where they had been wounded. One guy, I remember, he wasn't in my battalion, but he looked. He was full of stitches and he had fought with the Viet Minh against the French.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to remember that we came in 1954, and helping the French. They lost the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, and we started, sending people like myself into the country in 1961, 62, 63, and then they were losing battles to the Viet Cong, the South Vietnamese Communist insurgent, and then North Vietnamese were coming down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, reinforcing the South Vietnamese Viet Cong, and these are mountain yards, and they didn't like the Vietnamese at all. So we in Special Forces set up a whole bunch of Special Forces camps along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, training these mountain yards into soldiers, and we interdicted the Ho Chi Minh Trail and made it difficult for the North Vietnamese, to infiltrate large amounts of supplies.
When did the French leave? Weren't they?
They lost in 1954 in the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. Their strategy was to put a lot of Frenchmen in 5 outposts up in the North Vietnamese Laotian border, up in North Vietnam, and with Chinese help, they sent 105 howitzers down to Dien Bien Phu. And when on the first day of the battle, they dug holes in the side of the mountain. They brought the howitzers out and started bombing the French at Dien Bien Phu. And the cavalry commander was not expecting that, and he committed suicide because of his error.
Oh man!
So there's a very good book, Death in a Very Small Place. is a very good book on that battle of Dien Bien Phu. And the French lost in 54, and then we started taking the place of the French in South Vietnam.
When did the first American troop go over there? Do you have any idea? Was it like in the
the first, we actually helped with aircraft, the French in Dien Bien Phu. Americans helped the French parachute supplies into Dien Bien Phu. So that back in 1954, the Americans started helping the French. And when the French lost that battle and they were all captured and killed, that's when we started.
So we had troops over there all that time, like the late 50s, 55, 56?
We had
special forces of some type?
DC-3s. We had airplane pilots dropping supplies into Dien Bien Phu in 1954. About 1961, 62, people like myself, I had been in Korea on an assignment. I volunteered to go to Laos. We had a little war going on there. Instead, I went through training in Fort Bragg and ended up in Saigon in October of 1962. And I was made a Vietnamese senior battalion advisor as a first lieutenant. So I'm arriving here in Phu Bon province in II Corps, helping chase the Viet Cong away from the Mountain Yard people. And then we formed these A teams, and the Green Berets trained them into units that interdicted the Ho Chi Minh Trail. So this guy here, we helped. I think he had a bad case of syphilis.
Yeah, that's
we gave him penicillin, and his testicles reduced in size to normality, and he was a happy guy. And he's saying to me, "Thank you very much."
What did you cure him with penicillin?
Penicillin, yeah. Here's the Oscar, and he was playing with my foot. So they had the celebration. And they gave me a sword, and I got a brass bracelet and the monkey. That was a big deal. And so myself, and there was a couple of Sergeant Bennett and another fellow, I got rid of them because every time they went out on operations, they took Vienna sausages and cans of tuna fish and everything, and their packs were so heavy at the end of the first day. They were so tired they weren't much good. So I got rid of those two guys, and I got a great Hawaiian non-commissioned officer, Sergeant McKeewee, replacing those two, and the two of us completed, a year together. And so this here monkey, he didn't like me. I didn't smell very good. But when I was interviewed by Tragassis, who wrote the book Guadalcanal Diary, they made a movie out of that book. He came on and interviewed me about this operation that we had crossing this river with boats and nights. We had some artillery supporting us, and we had a little firefight, chased the Viet Cong away, and we brought these Jarai tribes people with their children and their wives across, and they were very happy. So that's why they gave me the monkey, the bracelet, the sword, and all that. I started out at 225 pounds. After 1 year, I ended up at 175. I lost 50 pounds eating rice.
Quite a way.
Whereas,
quite a way to lose weight. Oh. They ate monkeys over there too, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh yeah. They.
Okay, what's all this?
They had monkeys and flying squirrels and. What's that?
Oh, these are some of the same pictures.
I have to.
These look like
allowed. Oh, I went back. I lost the screen here. Let me see. I'm on the screensaver now. So let me get it. Kontum.
Do your tab or something.
Okay, now here I am.
Okay.
Now I'm on looking at the page of 1, 2, 3 times 4, 12 pictures. And there you see the monkey and some of the mountain yard, the radio, there's a radio operator, etc. in the Jeep. You see
is that one of the guys you was over there with for the whole year, you said?
No. He just came in and got that radio in the Jeep working. I think there's a monkey on the shoulder.
Yeah.
So after a while, he got a little tame.
Yeah, Oscar looked like it didn't look like he was shy.
He was a rhesus monkey.
A rhesus?
Yeah, he was a pretty good guy. And so we went from Phúbon province in the middle of and south of Pleiku. We took the monkey and tied him to the hood of the Jeep. And there you'll see me, I'm shaving before the operation. And those are the places, we call them hooches. They were made from straw and from, and I had a Jeep there. And so every so often you would do, this was before the operation. I had a meal with the battalion commander, and in came his favorite dish, and it was pork blood.
Oh my.
And it probably went from Saigon to Nha Trang to Kontum. By the time it got to us in Phúbon, it probably had so many germs in it. And so he said, this is very good. Wishimono. And so I had some of that. And I had a terrible, terrible case of diarrhea from that night. And we had sentries out. And I had to go past the sentries out to a spot which we had dug a latrine. And the sentries would yell, "Dung Lai, Dung Lai." That means stop. Dung Lai, Dung Lai. And I would have to tell him, I had no choice but to leave. Don't fire, don't fire. I had 12 weeks of Vietnamese in Monterey, California, and had enough to tell him, no, don't fire. I got diarrhea. And so that was after that meal of pork blood that was infected with. Yeah, it wasn't easy.
And that
was the start. That was the start of my 50 pounds.
So in that picture in the upper right hand corner, do you know what you're eating there? It looks like you got something.
Right up in the right top right.
Yeah,
I got a canteen cup. I think I'm drinking just some water with iodine pills. I never drank any water. I never drank any water without iodine in it.
So
there's a woman in.
Is that your girlfriend?
The women, yeah, they smoke cigars. She's an elderly woman, you can see. Yeah, and they all had cuts and sores and infection and everything. In the upper left was a sector advisor, and I'm there in the middle, and then the other fellow was a visitor with trigasis. Yeah. And so, interesting people, good people. They would say, "Kakuka I himbra jama." They would say, hello, how are you? That's what him, but and I can still remember that. That was 1962. I learned that phrase.
What's happening with this guy in the lower right hand corner? It looked like he's been wounded or something. Got like it's like
that's a woman.
It's a woman,
and she had a cut. Yeah,
well,
that's
looks
elderly
pretty nasty.
woman.
Yeah, yeah. Looked like it's infected or something. Yeah. They're not very. They weren't very big people, were they?
No, they aren't. The Mountaineers, you know, they were probably, 5'2", 3, 4, something like that. They're not very tall. So here you have a lot of people, asking for some ointments. Bacitracin niacin was the antibiotic. It was most popular in 62, 63.
Well, they're smoking those cigars.
Yeah. I
guess I don't know where she got that cigar. I want for that. Doesn't look like any cigar I ever smoked, but
yeah. There you can see some bags of rice were thrown in there, and a couple of guys are carrying a sack of rice coming on in. And there's I guess probably a Mountain Yard woman with her many children. So entertainment was usually during the nocturnal time, and so they bore a lot of children, as many as possible.
I can't. Can you tell what's happening in that lower right hand picture? It's kind of
no. I'm looking sideways here. It's hard for me to tell. Is there a way to bring that around? So,
not right now. There would be once we get the video. I can.
Okay.
But as far as flipping it over and repositioning, I can't do that right now.
Yeah. This is that H-21 that was shown in one of the pictures previously was bringing in rice, and maybe some of those visitors after we had executed a river crossing with infantry assault boats, and we had a couple of howitzers that were flown in to provide artillery support for us to cross the river. The VC were on the other side of the river, and we expected them, to defend our river crossing. So when we were crossing the river at night, this first of the 41st Regiment, I was with them. And so this is all after that attack and bringing these people across the river. And that's where I got some Special Forces medics to come in and treat the people, which in the lower left-hand corner, there was a medic there. He had set up a first aid station, and he's treating, the population for minor cuts and bruises and things. And then the penicillin worked on the syphilis too, and some of those things. And before we left and went up to Pleiku and then onward to Kontum, they had this big party where they had the rice bowls and they gave me the monkey and the sword and all that kind of jazz. And Tregassis, who wrote Guadalcanal Diary, and I have the book behind me in the bookcase, Vietnam Diary, I'm on a certain page interview, and it talked about that river crossing and everything.
The Guadalcanal Diary, they made a movie about that.
Yeah, that was Second World War.
Was that based on the book?
Yeah, and it was based on the book on the Second World War, and I will. When I was interviewed by Tregassis, my monkey jumped up on Tregassis' not on his Tregasis' shoulder, who was the author of the book, but on a Colonel Johnson, and he was excited about Colonel Johnson's ear, and he had an erection and tried to stick it in his ear. And I had to tell Oscar to get off. And Colonel Johnson told Tregasis, to don't put that in the book. And in fact, it was not put in the book. But Oscar the monkey had tried to utilize the colonel's ear for the normal activity. Yeah. So here you have some of the males getting their picture taken. Those are some of the medics. And the woman in the upper left is winnowing the rice, and that's about it there. Those are the kinds of things they would sleep in. But we had brought them out of the jungle, so everybody, almost all the children had trachoma, an infection of the eye, and it was an ugly swelling, and the eyeball distended outward and it kind of hung down, and that was because they had no silver nitrate. That's what you use when a baby is born, even in the United States, using silver nitrate, at least in the 60s of the 20th century, to stop that particular disease. By giving these people penicillin,
would penicillin
it saved a.
Huh.
Excuse me.
But the penicillin's what
penicillin was very effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, penicillin would stop all that kind of stuff and kill those particular germs.
Did y'all inject
so no.
Just the pills.
Those were taken orally, pills. Yeah.
Huh.
Penicillin. They were penicillin pills. Yep. Maybe some of the medics had some kinds of stronger antibiotics, but I can't, recall. I was busy doing other things.
Well, that was kind of the first big one. Pfizer, the company I work for, that's kind of where they got their start. They developed a method for mass producing penicillin back during the World War II.
Is that right?
Yeah, and Pfizer was really big. Pfizer, and then I think Merck might have been involved in it too. But that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had bacitracin niacin ointment that I carried for scratches and that kind of stuff. If you were, bacitracin. Yeah. And so I went through my tour of duty without getting dysentery.
Cool.
And a friend of mine, another advisor, he came down with it. He got pretty sick from the dysentery. So the only thing I suffered from was diarrhea when I ate some, some of the male gifts.
My great grandfather in Missouri, he was a mounted volunteer for the North, and I got some papers from the Library of Congress that where my great grandmother later on, after he had died, she had married someone else, but she was wanting she had to show all these affidavits of who she was and proving who she was so she could get a pension, which is like $10 or $15 a month. Well, anyway, they sent me those all these papers that she had, these affidavits. You could barely read some of it, but one of the stories that someone had been with him, I think it was his sergeant up there somewhere in Missouri. They were breaking camp and heading out somewhere else, and he commented how Hewlett, he called him, had put his saddle, his gun holster and everything was hanging on his saddle. He couldn't wear it because he had some kind of, they didn't call it dysentery, they called it something else, but it's what it sounded like. from drinking water, all that water. He eventually
Yeah.
died. He eventually died when the war was over. I think he might have been wounded too, but he had that dysentery. I guess I think
Yeah.
a lot of them died from that. Anyway, okay, that was the 62.
October 1962,
Okay,
November 1962.
let's see. How much is this? Okay, we've done 2 groups there. I don't know what this next
Yeah.
one. I don't know if you feel like talking anymore or not, but let's see what this one is.
Now here was a little cook that we had. That was a typical sleeping quarters.
Okay, here we go. Oh, here, this is good. Okay, this is the cook right here.
Yeah, this is the cook. This is a typical sleeping where you could. This is when you had some time. This wasn't an overnight, but if you were going to stay, 2 or 3 days, you would cut down bamboo slats and split the bamboo, and you built a frame, put the bamboo slats down, and then put a poncho down, and you got out of particularly during the monsoon season. So this was good sleeping quarters, during the monsoon season. That was me. I was beginning to lose a little bit of weight.
Yeah, you are. I can tell. Yeah.
Had a crew. Yeah. I had a crew cut, and
Who's the guy you're with?
And that was an officer. He was an ARVN officer. So I forget who took, maybe McKeewee, Sergeant McKeewee. He was taking a lot of pictures.
Is that you?
And then this would be bathing.
Yeah.
This was bathing, and this is how, when we got a chance to stop.
Is that
we
you?
would put some guards out, and had a bar of soap,
Boy, you didn't
and
have
then
any.
you would lay down there.
You were skinny.
Huh?
You were skinny there.
No, that's not me.
That's not you.
That's me. That's Master Sergeant Maddox, and he was a machine gunner in the Korean War, and he got in trouble and in Kontum, and so they decided to send him up to me and have me put him out in the field, get him out where there was no beer or whiskey or anything like that. And here we're sitting down, and I think it's hard to see exactly, but if we had a chance to kill, something like a deer or something, they'd skin them there. We'd even eat water buffalo.
Is that what you're doing there in the upper right? Skinning?
Yeah, we're sitting there eating out in the field. Yeah. Sorry, the dogs are barking.
So that lower right-hand corner, what's all? Is it look like a bunch of papers or something laying there? Is that?
Oh, those are just, see that big? It's kind of like a banana tree. Those big leaves.
Yeah.
Our plates, we'd eat off leaves, but we would carry each soldier could carry about 7 days rice, and I'd have a rice sack, and I would carry about 5 days because of extraneous other things that I had to take with me. So we all carried our share of rice, and you could see it on the back on the lower left-hand side. That's a rice sack curled around a backpack. You can see it, the lower stripe, and so everybody would chip in a day's ration, and if we had the time, we would cook, about and eating out of a canteen cup. Oh, maybe a full canteen cup, of a Chinese bowl. I'd eat about 7 little Chinese bowls, but I would not use the bowl, but I'd use the canteen cup. So, and then we used in the morning, we would have some rice. We would put in a handkerchief, and we'd eat a little rice, and have some instant coffee with a lot of, if we had it, sweet sugar. And so that was very good. Here you see us. We all ate. I could squat and eat, at least for an hour. One time in Laos afterwards, I sat down and had a contest with a Marine at a cocktail party, and I beat him. And I think I lasted, I can't remember exactly, but about an hour and a half I stayed in the squatting position. This is Maddox, and he's sitting on a backpack. Okay, and these are guys pretending that they're tough guys. You can see the big pots. Those are the pots that if you had, we'd start out with live geese and chickens with little bamboo things over their beaks so they didn't make any noise. But we'd eat those first, and then we'd end up eating Chinese sausage, which was probably 2,000% cholesterol. No refrigeration was necessary. And so Chinese sausage, and then a lot of leaves and that we would pick and toss in and make soup, and rice. And so there weren't too many fat people.
It doesn't sound too sumptuous. Yeah.
No, not too sumptuous.
What's happening over here on the right? That bottom right, is that looks like they're on patrol or something?
Yeah, I don't see anybody. Do you see anybody in the bushes? But that's the typical. They had on some HLZs that we would fly in on and get out, very, very sharp edged grass, enough that it was like a paper cut that you would get, from these kinds of this kind of vegetation. So it was very easy to get a finger sliced or something like that. Mm. But you ended up in the squatting position all the time. And of course, during the monsoon season, which is about 4 or 5 months out of the year, the ground was full of leeches up in II-Corps. And these leeches would be attracted to body heat. And so you would try and you would not sit on the ground because you'd have these leeches, which after if they get snuck in and got on your skin, they would go from, a small worm-like size to a good size fat little fellow that they would gouge themselves with your blood. But you would not be infected, but you would start out with 2 pairs of fatigues, and one were your sleeping fatigues, and then the other were your working fatigues. And so you get into those. By the time you finished an operation, which was anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months, your sleeping pajamas had big spots where the leeches, but they were almost camouflaged by blood stains from the leeches falling off of you. So that's why you were doing a lot of squatting, a lot of leeches. And they, again...
You mean squatting rather than sitting on something? Or?
Oh, no, you'd sleep in hammocks.
Oh.
Yeah. So you'd have a nylon cloth, and you'd chop down a couple of sturdy head and feet portions of the hammock, and with parachute line, you would tie them off and then put a poncho over that. And at 6'2", a little bit of rain got on your feet and on your head and everything. Yeah, but at least you wouldn't get too many leeches on you. And but you never got sick from leeches. Yeah. I got some funny stories about leeches, but I'll have to save that to tell you separately and not put it on the video. But the leeches would get in there and bite you, but you were so tired. Here you had it. This was Sergeant Stride and Sergeant Maddox on the right, and then 2 Vietnamese on the inside. And we were cooking. We were cooking some rice there and some other stuff. Stride was a good guy. One time in an old French fort, he put a lot of candles out to keep the rats away from our sleeping area. And he found some nails and put candles there. And I got out of my bunk and ended up putting a big 5-penny nail up my heel.
Oh boy.
Had no shoes on at the time. And so the first month I was there, I was hobbling around from this nail that went into my heel. That was, I didn't call for any evacuation or anything. I just, every 2 or 3 times I would put bacitracin and niacin, I would debride it, the wound and everything. But I healed okay without any infection. He was a good guy, Sergeant Stride. And Maddox was a good guy.
Looks like he's cooking some stew or something
Stride.
there, yeah.
Well, no stew, but I think it's probably rice and maybe a little bit of goose or chicken meat. Usually we'd eat with the Vietnamese. Before I came, the advisors ate Vienna sausages, tuna fish, and whatever they had, and their backs were so heavy, they got so tired they weren't very useful advisors. Yeah, I guess this is Maddox and some Vietnamese pictures. Everybody was kind of skinny.
He's got a bow and arrow. Fat. He's got a bow there in that lower left-hand picture. He's got a bow.
Yeah, the Montagnards use crossbows. And I have a couple here in the house I brought home as souvenirs. So they would shoot flying squirrels, which were kind of noisy, and the flying squirrels. I didn't see any rabbits or anything, but we would supplement if the bad guys had any dogs. The dogs ended up in the pots, and we were still hungry. And then a water buffalo. I've had water buffalo also, but you got so hungry that you would eat just about anything.
I bet.
Even tigers up there. One Special Forces NCO, non-commissioned officer.
Don't see any fat guys.
Yeah, he was eaten by a tiger. He went out on patrols. Tiger got in there and ate. Here was a formation. Here was a formation of the battalion. So this 1, 2, 3 platoons, and being spoken to by the commanding officer, this First Lieutenant Zing. He, at this particular place, Plong was a place. The M79 grenade launcher was brought in, and I had been trained on it before at Fort Bragg, and I was able to demonstrate this weapon to them by firing it with the butt sitting against my forehead to give them confidence that the kick of the 40 millimeter projectile that it fired was not that hard. So
how would you do that?
yeah,
Uh,
I'd hold the end of the buttstock against the my forehead,
is
and
this you here?
this was and just fired it, 40 millimeter. Yeah, the M79 grenade launcher. This is a M2 carbine on this fellow, and it was used,
What caliber was
during the
it?
Second World War. Yeah, 30 caliber.
30 caliber.
Yeah, and here, we have evidently alerted. This is a sentry with a carbine in some of the vegetation there, and he's making sure no bad guy surprised us. So that's bamboo there. Bamboo is an amazing piece of vegetation there that is used by everything from irrigation to punchy stakes that were put in punji pits. And so you had to be careful walking on any trails to not fall into any pits and get sliced, by these punchy stakes. I got a piece of, and here we have a barber. Every battalion had a barber, and I used him too. Here's a couple of young men taking their picture, and here's a couple of chickens being prepared by the troops.
Oh yeah.
That would be cut up into little pieces, put in rice, and about 6 people would eat from a big pot like that. Cut some branches out, and they'd be your chopsticks, and you'd eat with the Vietnamese people. So I did that, and that they liked that I would eat their food versus Vienna sausages and working, stuff. So I just depended upon the Vietnamese for my food, and my Sergeant McKeewee, Maddox, and Stride, etc. Ate Vietnamese food too because I insisted upon it. I didn't want these fellows, to create a separate supply point. So I thought it would be much easier for all of us to eat Vietnamese food.
How
So
did
we
these,
were, yeah.
how did these guys get into the Army? Are they were they drafted, or they volunteered to serve?
Yeah, they volunteered. Some people volunteered, and others were drafted. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
They all look
typical
kinda,
young men.
they look like they're all smiling, like they got a pretty good.
Oh yeah, yeah. You gotta have a sense of humor to get by out in the jungle. I'm not exactly sure what we got here. There's Maddox. There's Maddox. That's not Maddox there. That's a Vietnamese soldier there. That one there, sideways. But there's Maddox in a hammock. That's how you sleep, and you put a you'd put a poncho over you, but you got off the ground. So that's on Maddox and how you would sleep.
Looks like he's kind of relaxing there.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. And I don't know. That's Stride, I think, or is that me? I'm not sure.
Kind of odd angle.
But
That
we're
looks like
just,
you on the
yeah,
left.
that might be on the left.
Is that you?
I think I'm in the hammock there.
You're in the hammock?
If I'm not
Okay.
mistaken. If not, it's right. Yeah. But I guess we had a day off or something to rest. Everything was white, so you tried not to. Eventually, we brown T-shirts and everything, and drawers and things. You wanted to stay as close to the color of the vegetation that you were working in.
I would think so.
Yeah.
See if I can
Here are some pictures of the 1st to the 41st. Nice looking young people. I have a great deal of respect for the Vietnamese, and they're doing a good job. These are some of the officers. They all smoked as much as possible, but these were typical soldiers. They were in, for good. It was going to be, they would be fighting until the end of the war.
So
Good people. And there's some other people in. As far as special forces, if you're really doing some very serious special operations, you weren't wearing a steel pot, but this was a regular 41st Regiment, and so they carried water, ammo, food, steel pots. So if they got a round in the head, there was a fair chance to to live through it. I've spent most of the time with a soft cap or no cap whatsoever. You'll probably see me most of the time without anything on my head. Now here we have a 105 howitzer was doing some practice at a place called Plateau G, and they were firing down here a few rounds to make sure they were registered properly. That had a road attached to it. So we were getting supplied at this particular point. And these are the kinds of boxes and reels that we would use to, have a coordination between the 3 or 4 companies that made up the battalion that I was advising.
what was on those? Looks like spools. There was that some kind of
spools? Yeah, those are comma wires. Yeah. Now there's my counterpart, the guy with the T-shirt, showing he was the guy that was the battalion commander. He was imprisoned after the war by the Viet Cong, and finally escaped and joined his wife and 4 children. They all became, and I was down in Houston at the time, living there with my family, and he came into Houston. I was able to help him. And those other young men around him are his lieutenants. He was the captain. So that was the little group, and this was early on, around Christmas time of 1962. And this is a Viet Cong area, and if I can't see, but I think we had chased the Viet Cong out of it. There was a training tripod and a rudimentary blackboard that they had chalk, and they were demonstrating where to fire against helicopters that were coming in if they were in an ambush position to shoot down. So you can see you could see it was very easy, very difficult to spot from the air and even from the ground. And every time they made a road where trucks would come in on, they would take all of the bamboos or the small trees and tie them together at the top to hide the traces of the road that would come in from the Ho Chi Minh Trail into areas along the coast. So it was very, very hard to spot. So as we were discovering these transportation where deuce and a halves coming down from the Ho Chi Minh Trail would come down through the II-Corps, we would report the location, and then we carried smoke grenades and things like that. So when a reconnaissance aircraft had a hard time finding us, which was pretty hard, the smoke from a yellow or a white smoke grenade would indicate, and they would be able to mark the trail and then find somebody. Okay, and here you have a crossbow.
Yeah.
And that's Sergeant Stride. Stride was a pretty husky fellow, but he lost a lot of weight. Sideways, those are a couple of Vietnamese. Oh, and here we have some sort of a pig, don't we? Or some sort of a dog, or up in the upper right.
Yeah.
It looks like some sort of an animal. Hard to tell.
Looks like
Exactly
little
what.
calf or something facing us. Or
Yeah.
Goat, or
Yeah.
I can't quite tell.
Yeah. Well, this would have been good news for us because we would have
had something to eat.
With the rice, we'd have a little bit of meat. That was pretty good. Well, it looks like they might be cutting it up.
Poor guy.
In these shots here.
Yeah. There you are. Do you have a mustache?
And now, this, I would, cut my hair very, very short by the barber, wear camis, and had a mustache in this particular one. And I think there's some Ritz crackers or something.
It says Ritz.
But
yeah.
it was very comfortable. Yeah. But we had, this was a good rest spot at the time. A canteen cup in my hand. And so I was able to get, this was very, very comfortable. Had a good tan at the time. Must have been. You did. You could tell. You could tell if who was working in the jungle and earning their pay. Usually,
by their tan.
You never had a big. You never had a good tan. Now you're back to.
That was Group C. You know, you're going to have a lot of hours of tape. See, we've only done 3. We're down to, let's see how long this is. Group D.
Yeah.
Oh, there's only one picture here. I wonder what this is. Uh-oh, look at there.
These are two bad guys. These
are bad guys?
These are Viet Cong. That's a math. Yeah. These are typical North Vietnamese or Viet Cong.
How do you know they're
and
bad
they would
guys?
have hats.
Yeah.
How? Because that's a MAT 49 submachine gun.
Yeah.
And the weapon is a red stock carbine, which is the typical Chi-Com weapon that the Chinese gave the North Vietnamese, and they had to take good care of themselves if they were going to maintain themselves. If they were going to maintain as effective soldiers, so they had to watch their health in each
healthy.
one of the VC or, excuse me?
They look healthy.
Yeah, this MAT 49 was in the hands of a guy, and I was going down the trail, crossing the trail, and I used an M2 carbine, and I felt a little naked, and my intuition told me that it was kind of a good ambush position for the bad guys. So I took the safety off, and I actually had my finger on the trigger when a MAT 49 BC guy from the side of a jungle about 15, 20 feet away opened up on me and sent some rounds through my rucksack. Yeah, but I was going falling and crossing the creek, and I was able to swing my M2 and shoot at the location of the sound from which, and magazine out of the MAT 49, which I have in the garage here someplace. So I was able, by having finger on the trigger, violating, but you do those kinds of things and you can sense when you're in a vulnerable position. And so I was able to get fire back to the point of the origin of the noise and stopped at it right away. Ran over to the edge of the jungle and looked in there. Couldn't see anybody. He ran away. But then I felt a pain around my family jewels and extracted one each. And a leech had crawled in there and was biting on my yin yang at that particular time. It was kind of a funny story that traversed to became famous in IICorps around that particular time. How the leech got in through the no zippers or anything, but I had fallen in the creek when I was firing back. But that was the MAT 49, which was firing.
So that
I don't have the MAT 49,
like
but I have the magazine.
That's a machine gun?
Yeah, submachine gun, yeah.
Okay.
Blowback, yeah.
Okay, that was Group D. Group E. VC jail. That's
now this one, there I have my M2 with a, this was up in IICorps outside of Kontum. And that thing on my shoulder is a first aid kit that I carried on there. And because it was the rainy season, I was using that Australian cap. And I think I have jungle boots on. I don't know. And I had a little backpack in the back.
What's that in your right
So
hand?
that was, and that was a prison camp in my right hand. Yeah. I think there was a banana. I think I'm holding a banana. Huh. Yeah. And there I think I had gotten down to 200, but I wasn't so skinny. And you didn't shave all the time, but I had a little mustache. That was a prison camp, a way station of Viet Cong prison camp that we had cleared out.
Let's see.
Yeah. That was one of my better combat pictures.
One of your better combat pictures. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what was it? Was that E or D? Is that the one we just looked at? That's E. Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back. E, F. Here we go. We got 3 pictures.
Whoop. What happened there? Oh, there we go. That's some of the, that looks like an a shop. That looks like coming in from a chopper where the picture was taken. Ah, yeah. And this is the Huey. And during this time, the H-34 and H-21 was replaced by the Huey helicopter. And that was really an excellent change. And I had written my mother and Brigadier General Timmies, the number 2 commanding officer in Viet Nam, flew into not this particular HLZ, helicopter landing zone, but brought in a letter from my mother through the Red Cross telling me to get busy and write. So he waited while I wrote a small letter to my mother and took it away. But it was embarrassing to me. Yeah, Brigadier General Timmies, he's now passed on, but he flew in. in a Huey helicopter, and it's the first time I had heard one.
They sounded
but
different.
It wasn't here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was different HLC. See, that's a mountain yard. People, they because of tigers. And here you have the Huey helicopter. These are the pilots. And I think I was going out with them on my first release back to Nha Trang for about 4 or 5 days of rest, and before I went back in. So, yeah, these were good guys. I think this is the patch of photos of going out on my first R&R, rest and recreation.
What we got here? See if I can get a little bit better picture here.
And this is the Huey. And where some of these pictures are sideways. This is a 123, a real workhorse. The upper left, I'm not sure what that is. Looks like a guy's got a mask on, doesn't he? Or it looks like a skeleton.
Upper left-hand corner looks like a head-on looking at a helicopter. There's a I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. He looks ugly.
Looks ugly.
So the 123 was the workhorse, and the Huey helicopter was the HU-1B. That was very, very good. And that was the, I don't know if this is the time, but they came in and gave me and some other guys the combat infantryman's badge that you see worn by infantrymen who have experienced combat. So if you see somebody, that's somebody who has experienced combat. I know, boy. Yeah. Yeah, they came in? Yeah.
Just a second.
Hello. Mommy's here. Mommy's here, huh?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I had to shut that door. Huey.
We are actually doing recordings here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're getting.
I am so tired, Chuck. I'm about to throw up.
Huh?
I'm so tired. I'm about to throw up.
Oh, yeah? Just put it down. I'll put them in the freezer.
That's the easy part.
Yeah. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. Patricia.
That was fast.
Had shut the door. Let's see. That was that the F or the E? Okay, this is F. We saw this a while ago, didn't we? Yep. Okay.
Hey, we're getting something done.
Yeah. Okay. Here we haven't seen this one. This is artillery base. Okay, this is a bunch of them right here.
Howdy. I just
Hello.
got home. Sorry.
It's okay. That's a
Now,
good picture there.
That's a good picture. That's how you can see there's two ponchos snapped together, and it gets you out of the sun. And these are bunkers. Now, this is out of the jungle, but still hilly. And it was north of Kontum, heading towards Laos. And so you could see some trails going off to some early warning posts. And that's a bunker where you put sandbags down and earth on top and everything. So not all of it's covered with jungle. Here's the barber. There's my little cook bodyguard guy. And he was assigned to me
Which one?
And on the left-hand side. He's a good little guy. And that's the battalion barber. And this is just a fellow. And they had some corrugated material, plastic, that they put up there that you could use to put sandbags on. It was, and here they're using it for shade, get you out of the sunshine. Haircut, no charge.
All right.
And here's another bunker, you know, going in. Okay. So
did they dig that by hand?
Yeah, by hand.
Hmm.
Yeah, by hand.
That's a lot of work.
And then you did, the frame. And then they put sandbags on top of that and more dirt and everything.
Is that a river?
There ought to be
that's a river down there, right? Or
no, that's the road.
That's the road. Okay.
Yeah, that's the road. And interesting, my battalion was stopped and resting, and we were establishing a rest area from which we could send out patrols. And it stopped one day, and this big German Shepherd got out of the truck, and he must have smelled me. And he was in the truck. There was only Vietnamese. So he started charging up the hill, and I said to myself, man, this is one big, and he smelled me, and he had trained in Lackland in Air Force Base, Texas, that I interrogated the Vietnamese, and he just, maybe there's a shot coming on up. He jumped all over me, and he was licking me all over the place, and I was hugging him. You might see him. I think this is Master Sergeant McKeewee, an excellent. He's passed on. He retired at Fort Ord and passed on, I think, in his 70s. I think he made it. But he took a lot of Super 8 pictures.
These are good pictures.
And this is yours truly after a haircut, I think.
Yeah.
And I was getting skinnier and skinnier.
Clean gut guy.
Yeah.
Is that the guy that was assigned
And
to
here's
you?
my bodyguard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was assigned to me.
Is that what he was, a bodyguard? Sort of?
Well, he was a bodyguard cook. Carried the rest of my, I carried 5 days rice, and he carried a little bit more and everything. And I was fed, and then he would help me on places like that, build a bivouac area, and you get an idea. Behind him, you can see the cross section and the sand and the dirt and the ponchos, and that gave you overhead cover.
That looks like a well fortified little spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good shot. And there's some of the guys resting, and there's a mess hall down there. You could go down there and eat down there. And you have, some of those picket fences with wires and
don't want to walk down there.
Minefield. Yeah, you don't want to walk down there. And I had to teach these guys personal hygiene. In mornings, in that area, you had a lot of fog and mist and stuff like that.
That's pretty.
That's not a clear photo, but it gives you an idea of some of the misty mornings. And there was Maddox again with a couple of Vietnamese. And there I am. You can see how skinny I got. That was myself, the lower right.
Yeah.
And without trees, you got a suntan. And that was my counterpart, the captain. And there was a Major Boyd and McKeewee on the left-hand side. That was towards the middle of my 1 year out there in the bush. Hello. Hello. Yeah, can you see the dog here? Yeah. Can you see the
dog.
Cosmo? Yeah.
No, I can't see Cosmo. Huh?
Oh, no. That's Cosmo. He's a good boy. And I was helping him uh, digging a hole to get some exercise here in the middle. And then down in the bottom there,
Yeah.
and you could see some Playboy centerfolds down the bottom. That it was my hooch in
Right.
Kontum.
Good
So
looking
I was
woman.
reading. Oh yeah, yeah. You know, you're out there eating sparse food and everything. It's
What's this?
nice. So I had,
What are you digging
and
there?
that's a crossbow.
What's the hole you're in?
Well, that was my bodyguard had started it, so I was helping him, you know, to get some exercise. And so that's in case we were getting mortars, we could just, that's what you call a foxhole.
A foxhole. Okay.
A foxhole. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And those centerfold folders were morale boosters.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
I bet those Vietnamese thought that was something, huh?
Well, no Vietnamese. This is the command post in Kontum. And so this is when we got a break and a rest period. And so a chopper would bring us in and I'd be able, to get some rest and sleep and eat some American food.
Oh, cool.
Which was greatly appreciated as a change.
What's that top picture up there? That's just looking down at the...
Yeah, it's looking down there. I don't know. I can't particular. Let me put my glasses on. Not sure what it is. It's a little valley, maybe taken from a chopper. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and here, this is my sleeping quarters in one of those bunkers out there in McKiwi. And you can see how I had lost weight. No barking. And maps and air. Oh, I had an air mattress. I didn't carry an air mattress with me, but they sent some in. So that was pretty nice. Had a bunk, had a little table. That was McKeewee's bunk, I think. And then here are some little children there from Kontum. But I was in good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's McKeewee. You could see how much he lost. How much when I was shaving at this particular time, and this is when the German Shepherd. Maybe I don't have a picture, but he came, and this is where he greeted me in this trench line here. Now here, this is pretty deep, so this is pretty good protection. I can't see myself here. I got jungle boots. Those are ammo crates. And we put, when it rained during the monsoon, you had to have, I forget what these were called. There's an acronym, three letters, PCP or TC. This is what you put on an airfield. And I forget the acronym for it. But you lay that on the left-hand side, that which I'm standing on. That's what you make an airfield.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Out of, yeah. I can't the troops cut down and put it on the ground. Okay. Here. Yeah. Here's the bodyguard, McKeewee's place. And there's my counterpart there. And I got my carbine off the ground. And I can't see who this one is on the right because of the window that is occupied by you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Where you are, it
Yeah.
covers up part of that
Well, you
picture
won't
on
see
the
that.
right-hand side.
The,
No.
the
He
video.
was
will-
a translator.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better. Uh, this was a translator that was sent up, and it turned out that some leeches got in there and bit him around his genitalia, and he bled during the daytime, and all the other soldiers made fun of him and said he was having a female manifestation, a monthly female, and he got so nervous that he became kind of uh, an incapable translator. So I got rid of him. I could speak enough Vietnamese that I could Một hai ba bốn năm sáu bảy. Một hai ba bốn. Let's see. Ichi ni san. Yeah, một hai ba bốn năm sáu bảy chín mười. I can still
talking
know,
a little bit, huh?
em nói nếu mang không tặng thì sao? I sing some Vietnamese songs. And so I got rid of that translator. He was too nervous in the service. And here
R&R.
Here I am, R&R in the Trang. This is in the Trang, and they had crawfish and lobster, more crawfish than anything. And I got a short haircut and I got a sunburn, and it looks like I got fat.
Yeah, you gained some weight there.
Yeah. I was so hungry. So these are little guys I'm singing. This is me with my Oscar, and I had him rigged up between two trees in Kontum. And this is one of the pilots, and the other pilot in the Trang. And this is us in a little cafe. Yeah. And they had these little bicycle rickshaws. So this was my first R&R in Nha Trang. I think I only had one. And then they brought me back to Kontum and out into the jungle again.
All on the helicopter?
Yeah. This was a Huey. Yeah. And there was pretty girls in the town.
Yeah, that's not Playboy.
That's right. And here I am jumping in the water, and here I am in my. Now your picture is.
You can't see it.
Is covering up half the photograph on the upper right.
Yeah. Well, you won't see that in the video.
Oh, okay.
It's just what you're looking at.
Yeah. There's me in a rickshaw, and the pilot, and I think the other pilots are there. So, and this is my first R&R. It'll probably be after 6 months. I arrived in October, November, December, January, probably around maybe April or so.
Looks like a nice beach.
And yeah, Nha Trang is beautiful. Later on in 2008, I went back to Nha Trang. Went up to Dien Bien Phu, Hanoi, Haifa, down to Saigon, and up to Nha Trang, and had a good time. Yeah. So we're getting close to the end on this one.
We're getting there. That's a good picture right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is in Kontum, and I got cleaned up. And I was still a first lieutenant. And my T-shirt, it wasn't white. So notice my gig line from my shirt to my buckle, right-hand side of my buckle, down to that's a proper uniform.
Proper uniform, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, look at there.
the beach. That's me on the left with a haircut. And I think I was teaching him a song like "Do a deer, a female deer, ray of tropic golden sun." So I would use that song and teach the Vietnamese boys how to sing in English. Usually that was one of the songs.
There's that same Playboy picture again.
Yeah.
These are we saw these pictures.
We saw that. We did that one already.
Yeah. We seen this one,
and we saw this one too.
Yeah. These are duplications, aren't they?
And there was a hit. There was a hill called Vic Clume, where an old destroyed French fort was, and in came Master Sergeant Rube Freeman, and I spent a few nights with him. This was not the place, but he died. He was North Vietnamese battalion came down and overran the hill, killed him and 33 other.
Which one did they kill?
Well, he's not here, Master Sergeant Rube Freeman. I think maybe we got a picture someplace. But that was a memorial to him.
Is that your dog?
And that's a dog in the compound, and that's my monkey Oscar. He became quite famous with this dog. He did a dog and monkey show at the NCO club. There's the house for the monkey. I think Oscar's above it.
Yeah.
And so he would ride him, the dog, holding a collar and the tail of the dog in the NCO club.
What's that? Is that
and Maddox?
And Maddox what? Maddox what?
That's a church.
Okay.
Yeah, that church is in Kontum. Yeah. Maddox, he was in that NCO club with the dog. That's where it came from. Okay. And this is down in the lower right is the monument to Master Sergeant Freeman.
Can't really get out.
And that's a picture of me. And that's a Huey. We were going out on an operation. A bunch of Hueys were lined up. This is probably after the R&R. But out of about 300 people. Now these are commercial pictures. This is a mountain yard house in Kontum. They're very high. So it gets pretty hot in the summertime. So by having a high and holes on each side, they got ventilation. And then tigers are, they pull up the ladder, keep the tigers away. Like I told you, there was one Special Forces NCO that was killed by a tiger while I was over there.
No kidding.
And there they're cutting some rice. They're bringing in some rice that they will.
That's the last picture in this group.
Is that the last one? Okay.
Oh well, no, we got in this little group. Okay, we got. Let's see. That's Group J. Okay, we got two more little groups here. Okay.
Okay.
That looks familiar.
We had a ceremony celebrating Master Sergeant Freeman's death, and
is that what this is? Sort of.
That's what this is. And this is my dress uniform that I flew over in. These are small garrison cap here, and this is the bivouac area that we slept in. That place where I had the Playboy pictures was behind one of those doors there. Yeah. And so we had this in memory of a comrade. And so this was in Start This is in Stars and Stripes. This guy here, facing me and folding the flag, he came down with a bad case of dysentery, and he had to be evacuated for. But this was a celebration. In the Stars and Stripes. Oh, and this goes back to the beginning.
Yeah, that's one of the first pictures we saw.
Yeah.
All right,
There's McKeewee, Master Sergeant McKeewee, and myself.
Copy of one of them anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, we got one more group here, if I can. In 62, 63. Okay, here we go. These are
Again, these are commercial pictures that I got from a North Vietnamese guy who had put them together in 2008, where Dave Brewerts, Dick Amos, and myself, we made a trip to Saigon, then up to Dien Bien Phu and Hanoi and Haiphong, and back down to Saigon and back home.
places.
And this is the guy here. He's a former North Vietnamese guy. And that's some of the pictures, some of the
Who is this
Kontum
guy?
pictures.
Who is this guy?
He's a North Vietnamese guy that came down to South Vietnam as a soldier, and in 2008 he was a tourist guide.
Oh, okay.
And he put together these postcards and stuff.
Looks like it.
And so I bought some from him.
Did y'all swap stories?
Yeah. And he had been to some big battles. He knew about Vic Clume, but he didn't have too many details. But I talked to him about some of the areas that I had operated in, and he talked about his life coming down from North Vietnam to South Vietnam and fighting in some of the big battles in II Corps that happened after I had left.
Okay, that's all of 62, 63. That first group. I think that'd be a good spot to stop today, and I'll collect this video and we'll see what we got.
Okay. Yeah. So this will start at this one here.
Yeah.
Next time
we'll start on 64, 65, 4 Corps.
Okay. Oh, that's in another area. Yeah. Good.
And we'll stop this right here.
How did you think that went?
I thought it went pretty good. We'll look at the video, and what we'll do, we'll go through it like this, go through each one of them like this, and collect the video, and then you can look at those, and then you can make notes. And if you want to go back and do any of it, we can redo some of it or add to it, or we can go back and add the audio or whatever, or fix a picture or whatever.
Okay.
It'll be an editing process that we'll go through, but we'll go through all of them until we get it right. But this is this is a really good start.
Okay.
Really good start, and so I will. What I'll do, when I get this video done, I'll send you a link that you can click on and just watch the video.
Okay.
You'll be able to watch it.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay.
I appreciate all the time you've given me.